It's been a long hold, but finally, we can get going. Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for what effectively is opening practice for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500 in 2024. Again, it does that. Anyway, hello everybody, welcome to Indianapolis. Finally, we can get this show on the road. The cars have been wheeled out onto the circuit, the drivers are ready, and we are all ready. It's been a long, long road. We have literally been waiting since, well, 3 o'clock UK time. That's 10 a.m. over there. It's now coming up on, trying to work out the time, 5 hours difference as well. So, yeah, it's been a long time, effectively, coming in. Let me just check what the time was 5 hours ago when we were supposed to start. We're 4 hours later, 5 hours, yeah, quite a bit, actually. So it's not that great. But finally, the track is ready, cars are ready, we are ready. And hello to everybody watching along on YouTube, Twitch, and on USRN's radio as well. We're all set to get the action going. We're going to wait a few more minutes before the track should have gone green by now. There's just a couple of incidents that need to be made 100% sure that everything will be okay. So whilst we wait for the information and the news, we are going to hand over back to NBC to get the latest news, views and opinions from all of the drivers, and then as soon as we know, we'll go for the 500. Here they are.
We don't really love that they're named after our country, but Canada geese are what they are. But let's not give this guy any more attention. That's what he's looking for. Let's go down to a driver that's coming off his, well, 2 weeks ago, his best finish in IndyCar with a podium at Barber.
That's right. Great run for Linus just a couple weeks ago. So we just heard from Alexander Rossi, and he said this is an event where we probably have too much practice, but for you, it's your first time. So how does this abbreviated test from a month ago and then obviously the washout and abbreviated day today impact kind of what you were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, he says too much. I say not enough. I think, you know, for us rookies, the more running, the better, especially here in the beginning. Just getting comfortable in traffic is going to be the name of the game for me. And obviously lost out yesterday, lost a little bit out this morning, but I think that's the point as well. Like I don't want to rush anything. You know, we have plenty of practice sessions, so we're just going to go ahead, go through our program, and yeah, get a few laps around this place. It's amazing. You know, I have a smile. Even though we have rain days here, it's like, it's awesome.
How antsy do you guys get as drivers, and maybe you as somebody going through this the first time, of just getting out here for a full day and kind of going through the motions of developing the car and just getting yourself comfortable too?
Yeah, developing the car obviously is a big part, but I think luckily, you know, we're in the team now where we got kind of Alex and Scott that's been around this place and know how to drive fast around this place, and then you got 3 rookies, so I think we're kind of split into 2 camps, which alleviates some of the pressures, I think, especially for us rookies, because we don't need to be heading the front and, you know, developing the car, and we can kind of just take a bit of a step back and lean back and, you know, rely on the experience and the speed that those guys got, and, you know, hopefully get comfortable with our program.
All right, good news is he's going to get several hours in today, and great to have Linus Lundqvist here trying to make his first Indianapolis 500.
3 rookies for Chip Ganassi Racing, all very talented. And then there's this rookie, and you talk about losing some track time and the impact. Kyle Larson is new to this. Linus Lundqvist has been driving formula cars for better part than a decade. Kyle Larson has done it about an hour and a half, literally.
You know, he's had some running in the car. He did a test at Phoenix. He's had some laps here at the Speedway before, but no, this is a very new experience for him. That said, the experience that this guy brings to this event is immense. He's a NASCAR Cup champion. He's won tons of races, not just in stock cars, sprint cars, and everything he's done. And he's going to be a busy boy this month.
So that's what he has coming up here this week. Kevin Harvick is set to be in his car in North Wilkesboro coming up on Saturday night. And Larson has said that if he does make the Firestone Fast 12 shootout. He will not go to North Wilkesboro on Saturday night. Will be here for Sunday morning. Could still get there for their Sunday evening event, so he'll be starting in the back there. So a lot going on. NASCAR is his stated priority, but...
Yeah, well, I'm going to interrupt because guess what? For the first time, the white will disappear as well. The yellow goes. Green flag. We are running here for the Indianapolis 500 in 2024. Boy, does that feel good to say as well. Cars are venturing out onto the track as well. We can keep up to date with them as well throughout the standings. Let's get the driver tracker operational as well, and let's get going. That might take a few minutes to bump up. So we've got 4 hours of practice time left. That's how long we should have had all day. Tomorrow we're going to be 10 a.m. Eastern until 6 p.m. Eastern. So that again is 3 till 11 British summertime. We've got our coffee. We're all ready to go. I've got a caramel latte up here in the commentary box, and we are running. On board with Carl Kirkwood. The green flag's taken, first of all, by Scott McLaughlin across the line. Kirkwood comes in there too. And now Joseph Newgarden and Colton Herter all taking it as we come through one. We're on board with Herter diving through, waiting on the driver tracker to kick in. Usually takes a few minutes at the start of a session. But Herter already going around the outside for a move on Joseph Newgarden. We're riding with him now, coming into turns 3 and 4. 224 mile an hour, 5th gear as he hurtles through 3, drifts up to the wall at the exit on the top right, back down low, takes a little bit of the white line through 4, drifts up perfectly now, keeps it towards dead centre on the track as he crosses the line of bricks. His first time of a speed trap not counted, as now we're going to go through on the official lap charts. So there we go, it's kicked in now. Kirkwood top on a 220.087. And then we get McLaughlin, 218.605. Hertz's lap time was a 215.756. Segal's out there as well. Blomqvist coming in. So this is the schedule. Tomorrow, it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 3 till 11 British Summer Time. And then 5 to 11 on Friday. That again, it's noon till 6 Eastern for Friday practice. Saturday, 1 hour practice, 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Eastern as well, before going in for qualifying. So that's going to be the situation of how we see things coming here today. On board with Carl Kirkwood, running third fast at the moment, 220.087 mile an hour as he blasts down. 3 cars, he's got Dixon down low, goes around the outside of Will Power coming to it as well, as they're all starting to come into it. We've got commentators in the chat as well, as everyone just getting used to it out there as well. JT and Omi watching on behind as well. Hi Omi, you got your mic sorted yet?
Hello, yep.
Ace, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing well. Do you want my camera on?
Can do. Hi JT, watching along, he's at Ridgewood. So,
Okay, brilliant.
Hello.
hello, you doing all right?
Yeah, I've just heard that the 24 has been black flagged as it's got a flashing light on the back of the car and an oval which goes 230 miles an hour past. So they black flagged it.
Probably wise that they've thrown that black flag, to be fair, as well, coming into it. Not exactly the greatest symptom to be going into it. Oh, hold on a minute, I've turned the wrong timing tower off. How have I done that? As they come into it as well. Honestly, I'm all fingers and thumbs because of what happened yesterday. We were literally just sort of out of proceedings. We didn't even get the full running order down. So while we do that, so then I take it as well, Omi, that you, like me, have been waiting all day for this as we see Kyle Larson now go fastest.
Yeah, I've been waiting around, seeing when this is going to happen, and finally, it is great to have cars out there on the circuit.
On board now as well with Kyle Larson. As I've just said, he is currently the fastest out there on the track. Let's just make sure that it's all okay in terms of the preview screen before I then, well, you know, go and throw it on us all. It is indeed excellent. We're also seeing what tyres are on, and we'll adjust as we go to make sure we get all 34 runners in. There's Omi, there's myself, and JT's back there. We're live across everything, finally. Larson 224.239 mile an hour as they come into it down the backstretch.
It is definitely great to see cars all driving around, all in the slipstream, and the Indy 500 is going to be very exciting next week on a very busy week as well.
Yep, it's going to be insane. We've literally doing our own mini Le Mans as they come into it, as we see the honorary starter for today just taking in, as they're all out there straight away. We're already lapping. Done a total of 2 to 4s to 6s, maximum 6 laps completed for those who went straight out, because we just cannot wait in order to get this running, because if they do have a problem, they do suffer, then Omi, we can't lose any more time. 4 hours plus 23 minutes yesterday. We should have had, what, at least double that. We should have had 16 hours by the end of today. We haven't.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just been losing time quite a bit due to the rain, and there could even be more rain coming. Who knows what is going to happen. So every single bit of running they can get is going to be really, really crucial. But this is going to be a really, really exciting week coming up, of course, this week and then next week as well. So cannot wait to see what we are going to get. But finally good to get practice going. But yeah, for these teams, it's crucial getting the running in right now, in case there is rain later on, or there is other issues that does stop some running.
A few little bit of water droplets being kicked up onto Marcus Ericsson's camera vision. That's to be expected. It's just a bit of moisture on the track. That can be handled. It'll be hit to the aero screen, as well as we see Herta dive through on the inside of Carl Kirkwood down low into turn 1. DF says, oh, why can't I watch the stream while at work? Because it's behind a paywall for everyone in the United States. That's why we do what we do, give you the best alternative action we can with a timing screen and a driving tracker when it wants to work. But the driving tracker takes a little bit of time to kick in on 500 days. Evening, lads, says our Jess. Hello, Jess. And thank you, Jess, by the way.
Hi, Jess.
Because without Jess, I don't know if she knows this, but we wouldn't have been able to keep up to date what was going on today, because she's paid for the world feed. And I had the login still. So thank you, Jess. I was able to keep an eye on the weather. That's what I've been doing, staring at an iPad screen for the past 5 hours. It has not been fun, I can tell you that. As the action continues on, you see the timing screens updating as we go. Ericsson 224.788 coming through. Oh yeah, you're welcome, says Jess. Thank you, Jess. So already, yesterday we got to the 229s. We've yet to break the 230 barrier. So they're going to take a little bit more, but I reckon we're going to see 230s in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think so as well. As they get going, then all of them starting already to get into slipstream, starting to make some overtakes out there on the circuit. But right now, let's see how they're all going to be able to get on, as we're watching with Newgarden right now.
Yeah, very dark as well, coming out of the back straightaway. It's okay through 1 and 2, but the sunshine in that part. But it's a 2.5 mile circuit, and it is difficult because earlier on today we had rain at turn 1, but at the infield it was perfectly dry. It just gives you a little bit of an example of how crazy this track is and how weird it gets. Newgarden still in 18th position, having the fondness out there to go hard and faster. And what's the time we get up to? Still Ericsson with a 224.780, so he's not changing that much. Still nothing on the driver tracker. I am trying up here in the com box with the iPad. Just keep pressing buttons until it works. This coffee tastes weird, which is worrying me because, well, the machine wouldn't work, but now it just tastes a bit too weird.
Yeah, great to also see in this year's F1 Manager game that we've got F1 Academy drivers in there.
Oh, yes! Get in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also got a few other drivers in stuff like Frekar, a few extra drivers like that, like Ugo Achukwu. So great to see more and more drivers from the real world being added in as options.
Hunter Ray's moved up to 6th. Now Newgarden goes up there as well. But yeah, I agree with you there. It's nice to have the F1 Academy drivers recognise their F1 manager. The sooner, though, that Codemasters give us what MotoGP have had for years, which is every single series and every single rider in the game at launch, the better. So definitely I think F1 lacking in that department. As we see Scott Dixon, the New Zealander, who has won the Indianapolis 500 only once back in 2008, but he is a 6-time IndyCar champion, 57 wins, 28 career pole positions, and arguably is if the most successful driver in IndyCar history. Has only ever claimed the 500 once, and he has just gone fastest, 226.144 mile an hour as we head down the back straight once more. If you're listening to us on USRN, we were on yesterday for 2 hours, but now we're back, and we're going to be with you throughout the entirety of the practice and qualifying. The race will be taking you through with the usual coverage team of Matthew Owens. Here on JBMotorsports, we're with you throughout all of it as well for the 500, not missing a beat. And even the practice sessions that clash with F1, Josh Turner is going to be in the commentary box for that one. And actually, JT, if you can hear me, how is your new camera that you're testing out there as well at Ringwood?
It is incredible. I mean, I can turn my camera on and show you if you want. Also, going to Scott's picture, it's, I believe it's 189 start. So his Indy 500 should be his 390th, and we've got more than 11 races this season, so he should get his 400th this year as well.
Yeah. Dixon is a man on a mission, as we see Mario Andretti, who during the rain break was signing some autographs with some fans, and every fan who was older than 40 acted like a schoolboy, and the one 20-year-old young man that was actually talking to him treated Mario with respect, and he was the only one to shake his hand and treat him like a bit of a human. So I found that quite funny, that the 20-year-old acted more like the 40-year-old. The 40-year-olds were going, "It's Mario Andretti," as well. So I quite found that funny, actually. I'm sure Mario did as well when he was out there. But yeah, what do they call him? The godfather of motorsport as well is Mario Andretti. And of course, he's here with his grandson, Marco Andretti, who is racing in this year's 500. I don't know if we've had all 34 cars out there. Yeah, no, only 30 at the moment. We've yet to have the other 4 head out onto the circuit with the rookie orientation program. Okay, Jess has said, "Oh really, that's awesome. That makes me want to buy it this year." I presume the F1 Manager game coming into it as well.
Yeah. Definitely a great feature. Multiplayer would be good, but of course that is going to take a lot of work as well. Hopefully we'll get that in a couple of years' time, and then we'll start. And then all of us here at JBMotorsports will start battling and managing teams.
Oh, that's going to be fun. This coffee tastes like weak tea. It's not exactly coffee anymore, is it? I might actually go back in and get a tea.
Nice.
That is actually one of the worst coffees I've ever made in that machine. Ugh. Do you know, I actually don't like it. It's making me feel sick. It's going to have to do it well to the pit lane.
To just check that over. I know sometimes too, these teams will, they'll try something and go out here and just see if it looks good, maybe on the engineering stand or the timing stand, then go back to the pad, as they call it, and kind of just figure out what they've learned and apply it to the next time they go out. But I'd imagine they wanted a few more laps than what they got here before they went back to the garage.
Yeah, it was just one lap for Marco. He was out and in. He's sitting last on the time charts right now, a 130.9. So something they would have seen on the data they didn't like. What kind of setting that was that they didn't like could be one of many things, Kev. Tough to try and take an educated guess on that, but hopefully something that they could fix quickly.
Good look at Alexander Rossi in the Aero McLaren car. Now riding on board with the winner of the 100th Indianapolis 500.
Notice on his dashboard the big 5 right in the middle of the screen there. That's the gear. Running around in 5th gear. When we were on board with Newgarden earlier, you saw him running around in 6th. Difference being, Joseph had a big draft in front of him. Alex running out there in clean air. Normally that's how the gear stacks line up. When you're leading out in front, you're going to be in 5th gear, whereas 6th gear is a little bit more of a toe gear. And for pulling up on cars and racing, you probably see him pull 6th there, and there you go.
As he passes Felix Rosenquist into turn 1, we check in with Georgia.
Takuma Sato not yet turning laps today. I asked him what the goal was for today. He said to go fast, but that leads me to believe that you're more on a qualifying setup. Can you explain this a little more?
Yeah, sounds a little bit strange where we were frustrated with the weather and finally we have some run. So obviously, understandably, most of the people go to for the race setup. But since our team had a really challenging year last year, we really need to find some speed. And to do that, a couple of ideas, a couple of experimental, and really has to be get it done today. So I take that one, and I'll go for the 45 shame today.
Are you the only car on this kind of program?
Yes, very true. So my teammates, 3 cars, is working for the race setup, and that's the name of the teammate. So we can share lots of stuff. So I'm not worried about anything, and in fact, it's very confident. So vice versa, they can get my data from today for the qualify. So don't panic on the first Friday.
Some true teamwork out of the Rahal Letterman Lanigan crew. Thank you, Takuma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really good.
Takuma Sato there as well, as Ash comes to it. And I think as well, Sato has a chance to become a 3-time champion.
Yep, definitely a very, very talented driver. So let's see if he's going to be able to achieve it. As we currently have 3 hours and 38 minutes to go. Then, as we all finally get some running in. But yeah, will be interesting to see what Marino Sato is able to get on with.
So we'll just keep an eye out as well. Let's head back over to Katherine Legge.
Did not see yesterday. One of the 5 did not hit the track, so this is big for Dale Coyne Racing. The Elf Cosmetics Honda with Katherine Legge back for her 4th Indianapolis 500. Back to the Rahal Letterman situation. Katherine was part of that group and the only one not in the last row shootout last year. Makes perfect sense that younger drivers like Pietro Fittipaldi and Christian Lundgaard are in the program just to get a lot of laps. Sato doesn't necessarily need them. The next one I would think you might consider putting on that program would be the veteran Graham Rahal, who did not qualify for the race last year, to get his thoughts on what do you feel like you need. And for Sato, the reason he's sitting right now, some might say, well, why isn't he out there? This doesn't do you any good.
Too many cars on track. If qualify.
Too many cars on track. We've got 33 to 34 at the moment, so we're waiting on one more. And that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm adjusting the battle screen to make sure that we see everything. And we haven't missed anyone, because right now we've got 31. So we want the full shebang.
Yep.
Yeah. To then go to everyone. Oh, look, now you can come play with us, because we've got everyone on here. Really difficult as well to guess when one more is going to come into it as well.
Definitely going to be fun. Indeed, have you seen the Porsche Mobile Supercar video that they've uploaded on their channel?
No, I haven't.
About the driver. About the drivers' names.
Oh, have they actually done one so we know who they are?
Well, they've done a... Well, it's very quick, let's just say. You have to, like, put it down. You have to put the speed down, and then you have to pause the video. And then you can read the names at the bottom.
But they've actually done it.
Well, they did one. Well, they technically kind of did one last year. But, yeah, they have kind of done it. Like a little driver, like who's driving this season and the teams, basically.
Every time you say that, I get more and more nervous. It's like, oh. It's going to be one of those weeks.
I think I've got every name nailed on. I hope, at least.
I'm just waiting on one more information to come in, as you can see here on the board, before we have everything. Oh, the driver tracker started working.
Lovely.
Didn't even notice that. Is that right? Now, what does it say, Roy?
Hopefully.
336. It's getting there. Actually, wow, it's speeding up massively. Okay, so let's just leave that to do its thing, and then we might be back on track. But there is Christian Rasmussen, 23-year-old. Have we had all 34 yet? No, only 33. We're waiting for that one more to come through as well, and then our graphics can actually start working. Give us a minute with the lag, and then our timing screen data will be back up to date. And we can all start hip-hipping and hip-hipping. And there we go! Hey!
Lovely.
Right, there we go.
Possibly some wet at Imola this weekend at some point.
Really? It's going to rain?
It could do on the. It could do on the Sunday.
Yeah. I'm not really. Okay, wet race on Sunday would be nice.
Yeah, but with Imola, anything is possible, and I think there's going to be thunderstorms tomorrow as well.
Oh, that's going to be interesting then. Let's come into it. I'm looking forward to an actual full day of IndyCar coverage tomorrow. We keep getting short-sighted by it all. Here's Herta going past the 33 of Christian Rasmussen down into turn 1. A nice low move, and he got it quite stuck on quite early on too.
He did, absolutely. Put flat to the floor and was able to make his way through. What's the forecast for tomorrow?
Dry. Let's not. Yes, it's dry day tomorrow.
Lovely. That's exactly what we need after today.
It is about time.
Yeah, but just seen a tweet from Christopher Rahal. The 41 has also been told to hit for improper number, as he's not got a number on the hoop of the car, so they need to add another number.
Nice.
It's going to get really hard to read my timing screen this year. To get 33 names on, it's really tiny. But we can see it. Coming into it as well. Scott Dixon, 226, 1.44. He's the fastest speed so far as the cars come out of turn 2. I'm really annoyed actually, because usually the software just sort of boots itself and it always okay, but it's having a padding today, the driver tracker. Usually it just sort of smooths itself out after a while. We'll sort it if we go to a yellow at any point. Here's Callum Ilott though. 2 starts in the Indianapolis 500, best start 19th, best finish in 12th, and now he's having the run with McLaren, I think, as well.
Great to see Callum Ilott out here as well. Really good driver in F2 a couple of years back as well in 2020. Up against, of course, drivers like Schumacher. Yeah, absolutely. So it will be exciting to see how Callum Ilott gets on. We're really excited for him, and a great opportunity as per usual for Callum Ilott. And hopefully we see more stuff like this from Callum Ilott.
6th at the moment for our McLaren, 224.717 mile an hour. There's an echo I can hear in my ear. It's really annoying me. So I'm going to disconnect and reconnect from the Discord call and hand over to the world feed.
A little bit fast on these kind of days. And then Andretti is one that has traditionally been so strong here, not quite as quick last year. So that's one of the things I'm watching for, to see what Andretti has done. They brought Craig Hampson back into the fold, who's always had quick race cars here, but he just got started, what, about a month ago? 6 weeks ago? Yeah. After a non-compete, leaving Arrow McLaren at the end of last season?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we've had these cars for so long now, and not a lot's changed year over year, but you still talk to these teams, and you talk about the amount of development that they've done, the amount of progress they feel they've made on their Indy cars year over year, and it's just incredible to think when you pretty much maximize and optimize every component that you can mess with on these cars. And Andretti Global is a great example of that. You know, they have not had the pace that they did during the glory years. They had a stint there where they were the de facto fastest team year over year at the Speedway, kind of like what we've seen out of Ganassi for the last 3 seasons. And they really want to be back up in that conversation. You mentioned Ed Carpenter and ECR. They went through a period of dominant speed and qualifying. They're still there. They still seem to consistently have at least one car up there fighting for pole in the first row or two.
They do indeed. As I think now that's solved a little bit of the problem as they come into it. Yes, can you hear me, Omi?
Hello, yes I can.
Hey, Right, problem fixed. Right, there we go.
Brilliant.
Still want to drop kick this thing though out of side of a thing because it just doesn't want to. Oh, hang on. Found out why it's not working.
Fun.
What have you done now?
Wasn't me. It opened something online.
Well, we've got a track inspection in around 15 seconds where the track will go yellow once more. We've not enough of the yellow flag the past couple of days.
Yep, yellow, yellow, yellow for the track inspection. So the track will go quiet half an hour into the affected run. And Matthew Owens is going to come in the call at 5 p.m. Eastern. So in around about half an hour, which is great news. So I think...
Then I can go off and have a little break.
Yeah, okay, I think of... okay, we've sorted the issue. Lovely. To come into it. So
Brilliant.
just needs to kick up the backside every now and then it all sort of works out. Half an hour. Yeah, I got it, Matthew, don't worry. Hello if you're listening. Right, cars coming down pit road. And it was Dixon under this track inspection who's gone fastest. 226.144 mile an hour. Quick inspection on the track to make sure everything is golden. And then we'll head back out. Let's hand back over to the commentary team.
But it's nice to just get eyes on that. And then also, it's an opportunity for the engineers from both the teams and from Firestone to get a good look at the tires. After, 30 minutes of running on a very green racetrack, normally the wear is a little bit higher. And you just want to kind of, again, get eyes on that, really see what the tires are up to. So this is just a kind of nice break for all the people involved.
Dylan.
Well, we're going to catch up here with Barry Wanzer. His driver, Alex Below, has just stepped out of the race car. So we've talked to the drivers kind of about what they want to prioritize in these abbreviated sessions. What's the discussion like for you and the engineers of how you determine what needs to be accomplished today?
Today we obviously just wanted to get a slow start, just get in a rhythm. We did our first run there. We're pretty happy with the car. We'll slightly trim out, but we'll still be working on some race items this morning as we get up to speed, and then later today we'll start to see whether conditions allow for trimming out. And I know when I say later today, we only have a few hours of running, but there'll still be plenty of time to get plenty of running in this week, but we don't want to rush into anything.
For the organization of Chip Ganassi Racing as a whole, you guys are kind of in a unique situation. You got 2 veterans who are obviously very good here, and then you got 3 guys who have never raced here before. So how do you kind of balance who does what? Who kind of works to develop the car and who just kind of goes out and gets laps and gets comfortable?
Well, like you said, the 2 veterans will develop the cars sooner than the other 3. The other 3 will benefit from that development, and their engineers will pick and choose what they feel is going to be better for their driver as well. But yeah, for sure, 3 rookies, got to get them up to speed. They had a great, all of them did great in the rookie orientation program. So now it's about getting them up to speed, getting them comfortable. But, more multiple days for them certainly help them as we progress with our speeds leading up to Fast Friday.
Alex has always been so good here just right off the bat. Why do you think that is? Why does he get around here so well?
I don't know, we've been doing it a long time. Drivers come along, and he's just a guy who's settled in and really starts to, love the ovals. Doesn't have an oval win yet, but certainly he's going to get one. So the goal is to get that first one this month.
Yeah, I was going to say that oval win very well could come here. Thanks, Barry. Georgia.
Well, I'm down here at the Ed Carpenter Racing Camp, the 20 to be exact. He sits 8th on the charts right now. I asked the team, has he been saying anything over the radio? Because they're making minor tweaks, it looks like, right now. And they said, no, he's been very quiet on the radio. Kind of a no news is good news type situation. And Hinch, that leads me to ask the question, is that more of a confidence factor as he sits 8th on the board? Or do you think he's genuinely happy with that race car right now?
I think he's probably pretty happy, Georgia. I mean, this is a guy who, like we said, he's done this a lot. He's got plenty of experience. You see it there, 20 starts here at the Speedway. Has finished second, has led almost 150 laps. He knows what he wants out of his race car. So if he's not saying much, he's confident. He's happy with the car. He's going to let the engineers kind of get on with the test plan and not have to, make too many adjustments to get there. One of the big challenges, right, is you go out as a driver, they want you to be comfortable in the car and have a good baseline setup before they start throwing these setup changes at you, these development parts at you, so that way you can give them good feedback. And sometimes that can take half a day just to get the driver to a point where they're happy with the car, happy with the setup, that's something that they can use as a baseline to assess new, whether it's setups, parts, whatever. And Ned seems to have got there very quickly. So no surprise that ECR showed up with a fast and comfortable race car. And now it's just going to let the engineers sort of go through their checklist.
There's Takuma Sato's Amada Honda for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Looking for a little bit of clear track to do some qualifying sims almost right off the bat here in a little bit. So it's still kind of the first full opening day. So we're going to be taking a look at different cars and still trying to distinguish them. And there's a couple of them back to back. You got the Juncos Hollingers cars that are pretty much identical. You've got a couple of the Arrow McLaren cars. The 6 and the 17 I would love to see. So there is the 6 in front, and from afar and at 230 miles an hour, they look very, very close. You're not going to see the NTT data on the side or the HendrickCars.com. So there's a little more white on the Larson 17. So you've got the orange top of the arrow screen, I think is one identifier for ILOT, the number 6 in front, and then it's blue back there on Larson, and you're going to see a little more white. So make a note of that. And for Lee Diffie and Townsend Bell, who are at home watching intently, this is also for you guys. I'm here to help.
Big time, big time. The orange on the top of the aero screen and the 2 wheel ramps in the back of the rear tire, in front of the rear tires there. Orange for ILOT, blue, both of those components for Kyle Larson. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, Kev. I think the front of the aero screen, the top of the aero screen there is the easiest identifier when it's not something like wings or the obvious color on the nose there.
Now, what about the Juncos Hollinger cars? So you got the aero screen, the top of that. You've got, I think, white on the aero screen for the 77 Grosjean and green for the Titan. Agustin Canapino, the Phoenix, by the way, is the scheme up front. You can see that on top of the side pod. White end fences. Otherwise, good luck to you on picking those out. So, soon we're going to see Takuma Sato start to work on what everyone will begin working on tomorrow and certainly on Friday. First, you must make the greatest spectacle in racing. Nate Ryan has more.
Who possesses the concentration, precision, and guts to be the fastest person in the world for a week? That's what the insane rush of speed over 4 laps of Indy 500 qualifying is all about.
One of the hardest things you'll ever do in a race car.
So nerve-wracking.
It's crazy.
It's the fastest, most frenzied, and sometimes the scariest 10 miles in sports.
Oh, what a crash! Oh, he hit hard.
This is the white-knuckle terror of 240 miles an hour at the top end of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Drivers are given a turbo boost of 100 extra horsepower and then asked to hang on.
Whoa!
Maybe it's better to call them pilots. Knobs are being turned and buttons are being pushed to optimize weight distribution and engine mapping, all while maintaining maximum focus of holding a steady wheel.
He is tuning the sails to good effect.
It's fun, it's frightening,
Holy's out!
it's faster than anyone will go this month at the Brickyard.
Start to find out on Saturday. We'll remind you of the rules and the format later on. Same as last year. So if you remember, but everybody needs a refresher.
I was going to say.
And I've explained the rules to you on pit lane as a driver before, James.
Absolutely. They went through a phase where they seem to be changing little things, just tiny things every year for a long time. But some consistency in the qualifying rules is welcome. And as you see, the flags are standing straight. Saw a lot of drivers ready to go out there in a second here. We're about to run, but just a quick recap of the rules. Saturday, we're setting the grid from 13 to 30. The top 12 advance to Sunday. The bottom 4 go fight for the last row and the last spots in the 500s. Saturday, you've got your top 12. And then similar to the road course, you go to the Firestone Fast 6 to go for pole, and in between there, the last chance qualifying, going for that last row It's a party I've been to. Part of the tradition here at the Speedway, the last row party. Not one you want to do, but at the same time, it's better to be on that party than being that one driver that is bumped.
34 entries for 33 spots. We have seen 33 on track today, and we know why the 34th is not. So good work, Georgia, finding Takuma Sato. We'll see him shortly to start to work on his qualifying car, looking for as little traffic as possible. And Marco Andretti's the only one that has, well, I would say also Kiffin Simpson, who hasn't touched 200, the only ones that haven't been up to speed at this point. So back at it, green again, with a couple of winners. Nose to tail, two of the favorites in a week and a half. Will Power, Marcus Ericsson. Power feels strong coming into the month of May. 3 runner-ups already this season. He seems to be in a good place, and Ericsson also is very optimistic. Back down to Georgia.
Yeah, Conor Daly stands here, but his entry is not here. They're back to the garage. What kind of changes are you making, and how did you feel during that run?
Well, I mean, that was honestly the first time we've actually got to, me to feel first change from yesterday. So, I know what I want here, and, this is a different package to what I've driven the last 4 years. So, we're just going to try to get a bit more front grip out of it. Would like to have a bit more just attack in the center of the corner. So that's just nice to get a long run first, finally experience a bit of traffic, and the polka dot car is actually it's fine, very comfortable, but we need to make it way less comfortable.
So the list, has it gotten shortened today, or are you checking off the same things that you wanted to if you had gotten the full day?
Well, I think when a day gets shortened like this, we're already going back to the garage, because making fundamental changes, I think, is more important than maybe just tickling the issues a little bit, you know what I mean? So we could probably say it out here, maybe add some front wing, do some small things like that, but we're limited now on time. So we're going to go back, make a bigger change, and then just kind of get after it again in the afternoon. Well, later in the afternoon.
May is about a lot of things. Speed, tradition, also probably fashion at some point, which you seem to be rocking this month. Let's talk about your shoes a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, number 24 and 24. Jeff Gordon's obviously a legend in motorsport. He's going to be out here for the Indy 500, of course, with Kyle Larson. So I love a bit of crossover. I love being a race fan of all the racing series. And it's been 30 years since Jeff Gordon won at the Brickyard, which I think is cool. And so, yeah, why not represent for a legendary name like Jeff? And I asked him if it was okay. So I was like, Jeff, is this cool? Are you going to sue me? Thankfully, he was cool, and we had a great conversation about it.
Basically, what you're saying is you have Jeff Gordon's phone number.
I actually did get Jeff Gordon's phone number, which is actually, that's probably the most exciting part of this conversation, for sure.
Absolutely. We hope to see you back out later today. Thank you for your time, Conor Daly.
Thank you.
So Conor Daly not going to be out for a while, but cracking shoes out there as well as they come into it. As we return up to the comp box as well, 33 of the 34 entries have gone out, and as we've said, Conor Daly's P4, so he's not the one missing out there at the moment. Oh, and we're right on board with Pato O'Ward, who just drops it a little bit down the gear shifts, coming in towards turn number 1 again, back on the power as well. What racing site is that? The timing screen came from Timing 71. The driver tracker is from IndyCar's app, same as the timing screens on the side here as well. But we've got all the access up here in the comms box as well, with more data as well. So yeah, that's how you can watch it along with us. And oh, hello, this is coming off of pit road. That's a 66, and this is the 6 coming through. So what have we got wrong for Helio Castroneves? No, it's a McLaren of Pato O'Ward, who's nearly, as he came out, nearly whacked into the side of Helio Castroneves coming into it as well. It says mirroring disconnected. So, oh well. Only good things don't really happen. It's stopped working. Thumbs up to technology, everyone. Seems like if one thing doesn't go working today, another thing is going to try and go wrong. There we go. It's one of those days where you just want to punch technology really, really hard. But I just realised, Amy, you're wearing a headset, not a handheld mic. Is it because it's the 500?
I said I was going to do that this week. Remember?
Yes,
Yeah.
just about, yeah. Castroneves goes third, 226.213 at the moment. Here's the turn 1
It feels
trap
super weird.
speeds. It does feel weird. I have to go handheld to a mic, yeah. McLaughlin, turn 1 speed, 236.264 mile an hour. Herta, 235.651. Castroneves, 235.516. Carpenter, 235.245. Kirkwood, 235.110. And O'Ward, 233.766. So McLaughlin to O'Ward in terms of that top 5. 3 mile an hour difference. McLaughlin's top. He's done 229.493 miles an hour at the moment as well. So he's finding some more interesting delta in the mid-half of this session as well, as they continue to, what's the correct word, not pounce but push in this segment of the session as well. Several cars thinking about darting down pit lane, just changing it out as well. Keep getting encoding overloaded. I don't know what's going on with my systems this weekend up here in the commentary box, but is that they need a kick? Yeah, I think maybe Visor needs an upgrade, and that's why it's having problems. I'll do that next time we go to track inspection as we come into it. Wind speed at the moment, blowing in from the northwest at 7 miles per hour. Air temperature 71 Fahrenheit, track temperature 93 Fahrenheit as well, so a lot more weather data coming in. On the go with Chloe, says what racing is that? It's extra pay or free? Thanks to the info. It's free. The app is free. Timing 71 is free, so yeah, just go onto the IndyCar timing screen as well, and you can get access to all the information we have up here. So it is free. Great way to watch along, and customizable as well. You can have it in as well, so it's fully adjustable for all the needs as well. Herta's jumped up to 7th there as well. Who already, Omi, I know you keep an eye on the IndyCar, especially the 500 coming into it. Who's jumping out of you already that could be like, okay, he could be a surprise. He or she, because Katherine Legge's back as well. Who could be a surprise?
Well, I don't really have too much IndyCar knowledge to comment on that, because I'm probably going to be biased and pick some F2 driver or something.
That's kind of what I was hoping for.
Let's go with Ilot then, shall we?
Catherine is back. Yeah, Katherine Legge is back. She's currently 27th on a 221.616 mile an hour lap time.
Oh.
What's this replay? McLaughlin on the inside of Herta at turn 1. Slipstream through. Just a nice little move going through there, the back of the first corner. Is that? No, that's on the 33. So that's on Rasmussen coming through turn 1. Similar liveries as we're still learning the cars with the 500 paint scheme coming into this one. Bear with us, we only had 23 minutes of track action yesterday, and Sky only showed 7 minutes of it as well, which was really bad. The first 15 minutes came completely from IndyCar Radio, so we had 7 minutes, and Sky didn't even bother to re-show it. But they've been okay today, getting us all as we see the McLaren starting to have the run through as well.
So remembering from last year, are we basically just waiting in this type of session?
Yeah. Basically, that's what we've got now. We've got to sort of... Now it's sort of seeing who runs well, seeing who's having trouble, and then analyse that at the end of the day. That's basically what we got. 3 hours. We got 4 hours of all that. It's weird watching the practice of the 500 because you do remember things going into race day that you didn't think you would, as we ride on board with Alexander Rossi, who slipped through the inside there of the 60 of Felix Rosenquist. Oh, no, I'm wrong. He slipped up the inside of... Can't quite tell from that angle who he slipped through, because Rosenquist at the front, it's the other McLaren further up of Pato O'Ward, who was 2 cars ahead. Can't quite tell who that is coming from this angle. We need the spotters guide. That hasn't been released yet. JB podcast time. Yeah, brilliant. Jess is right. Where are you, Jess, anyway? Are you still away? She is, isn't she? Jess is away. Yeah. Hope you're enjoying it, Jess. I was wondering where she was for a while. Jess will be back with us in Monaco. She's hosting our Monaco pre-race show. And then she'll be in the commentary box for the 500. Oh, Jess isn't away.
I think she's away.
Oh, Jess is
racing in the One Hub.
Oh, Jess isn't away. Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Oh, was that last weekend? I can't remember. DS says, Craze and Hinch prediction, Pietro Fittipaldi qualifies in the top 12. I like that prediction. Where is Fittipaldi at the moment? For Pietro. I'm trying to look on the timing screen. He's down in 21st position.
I'd like that.
Yeah, 223.017 mile an hour lap time. You would like it if Pietro Fittipaldi's got in there as well, wouldn't you? Did a couple of starts in F2, of course.
Absolutely as well then. And of course did a race in F1 as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Shakira and Abu Dhabi. In that crazy 2020 year. Yeah. Thought so.
It was an amazing 2020 year, wasn't it? Yeah.
I was looking
some
back
of the racing,
on it,
some of the moments that we got that year.
August 500. That was weird. Commentating on the Indy 500 in
Remember
August.
that?
Yeah.
We managed to get Alex Jakes commentating on it on Sky with Tom Gamer.
Yes, and Tom Gamer was supposed to be joining us in the commentary box, but he's busy. He actually sent me a voice note from Terminal 5 this morning. Tom, if you're watching, I know I haven't replied yet, my friend. I will get back to you ASAP. It's just I only heard it before we went on air today when I was checking a message from Ryan Marine. So sorry about that. But do join us tomorrow. This is going to be quite interesting for you because the Formula E lead commentator Tom Brooks is joining us in the commentary box for a stint tomorrow in the practice session. So make sure to tune in to hear what Tom has to say on the Indy 500 and other motorsport areas as well. So it's a lot of fun having Tom in the box. Ryan Marine also hanging
will be
around.
exciting to see what he says tomorrow.
I know the commentary box owe me as well. Oh, hello. This will be a yellow. We've got a drinks tube, middle of turn 2. So it's either that or it's one of the yellows out, so they've full course yellowed it. It's a air intake from the aero screen air filter to the driver's helmet. That's come loose. And he's in the middle of turn 2. So yellow goes out to retrieve that. And they'll take this opportunity as well to do a very quick track inspection. And with that, we get a little bit of a break and hand over to NBC because, let's face it, they have pit reporters and we don't.
So this gives everyone a chance to reset. Let's talk Firestone tires. Normally it's, I think, 32 sets for the quote month, a couple of weeks. But not much happened at the April 2-day test. It was really a 90-minute test. So Firestone has allowed 5 sets to be carried over. So already 5 extra sets of tires, mostly a washout yesterday. We always hear at times, you can't run the whole time because you'll run out of tires. Is it now? You can run as much as you want?
However much fuel you've got and however many engine miles the manufacturers are willing to give you, that's probably going to be the limiting factor, to be honest, at this point, because you've got more tires than you do time and probably allowed miles. So it's an interesting position to be in because these teams normally have to do quite a bit of strategy on their tire plan for the month. You start at the race, you work backwards through how many sets you think you're going to use in qualifying, how many sets you want to use on Fast Friday. You've got to consider Carb Day and the Monday practice. There's a lot of different things you have to take into account that mean on these practice days, you're sometimes limited to 2, maybe 3 sets of tires. As the green flag comes out, it's between the 5 sets they were able to bring from the test and the near washout yesterday. Yeah, you're sitting on quite a few sets of spare tires. And that yellow was so short that people aren't even done doing their downloads and their debriefs from coming in that no one is running out onto the racetrack yet.
So if Takuma Sato would have been strapped in and ready, this would have been his chance.
This would have been perfect,
Cross him.
2.5 miles to yourself. So hard to do at any time during practice week for a God honest qualifying sim. You can see the flags blowing in the wind there. The windsock atop of the pylon, that's something the drivers use very often, very frequently, heading down the front straight to get a sense of wind direction, wind speed. Crucial part of driving around here at the Speedway.
What a beautiful day after it's been honestly a bit depressing the last couple of days. We get so geared up for the start of Indianapolis 500 practice and have it shut down basically a half hour in yesterday and then show up early and wait all day. But now it looks great. We got plenty of time, and hopefully we're getting the rain all out of the way. All right, so we saw let's find the reason for the caution. And is it the blue and white Helio Castroneves car?
It's going to be a Meyer Shank car because they're 2 in a row, and there it is.
Yep.
Guys, a 4-time Indy 500 winner's air hose came off in turn 1. It tried to hang on for a bit of a ride. Just chilling on the rear wing there for a bit. Oh, here we go. This is the good shot.
It does hang on. So a good collector's item for whoever picked that up. That'll go well at auction.
It nearly went into the front of his teammate's car of, I think that was Blomqvist running behind him. As we talk about tire strategy for the month, Georgia, you're down in pit lane with someone that calls strategy of all types for the number 7 of Alex Rossi.
That is, just as you said, strategist for Alex Rossi, Brian Barnhart. What do all of these extra sets of tires do for a team like Arrow McLaren?
Well, it certainly gives you the opportunity to have a good mix between full tank runs and qualifying simulations. So now that the track's dried and you're going to extend the hours, you got a good opportunity. We've been out and did a little bit of running, about 10 cars deep in a line, see how it feels, and then got up towards the front of the line and see how that does at that point. We'll probably do some Q sims either later today or first thing tomorrow.
Are you happy with what you've seen so far today?
Yeah, it's a real good starting point. I think the base car is really comfortable for him. He feels like we got a lot to work with here.
Comfortability is key. Thank you, Brian.
Rossi P2, an Arrow McLaren teammate, Pato Award P3. The rookie Kyle Larson P10, and Callum Ilott 14th in the 4-car efforts for Arrow McLaren. There's another orange and blue car. Is that Kiffin Simpson there in the number 4? That's the Journey Rewards Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. One of 2 teenagers trying to qualify for this year's Indianapolis 500. Siegel and Nolan Siegel and Kiffin Simpson are both 19 years old. And if they both make it, last time that happened, 2008, Graham Rahal and Mario Moraes were still teenagers. Graham's rookie year.
That was the last time we had 2 teenagers in the 500. So I know we had Sage Karam would have been a teenager for, I think, his first 2. I want to say he was 18 when he started. Not sure if there was anyone else at the time, circa 2015, 15, 16.
I'm going to trust my source there.
No, yeah, I'm not doubting it. I'm just surprised. I'm not. That was
really. I was surprised there was even 2 in 2008. I thought this might be the first time ever.
I don't know. They all feel like kids to me these days.
Yeah, old man. I forgot Mario Moraes was still 19. I would not have guessed that. I remember Graham, and I remember Sage. And certainly we remember Marco Andretti.
Yeah, just trying to get all that stuff sorted up here in the comms box. System's
He's done a nice job.
I was just
his rookie season. You know, honestly, a lot of people kind of looked at this. He finished 10th in Indy Next last year and said, "Oh, should he wait another year?" And I get what the thinking was as we see another one of the Ganassi rookies in Linus Lundqvist in the number 8 American Legion car. And I get what their thinking is. You're going to have to learn at the top level at some point. If there is a seat available with the best team, why not get that learning curve out of the way? And by 2025, you're going to be that much further ahead. But Kiffin's not making mistakes. He's finishing top 15, and he's doing the job.
And that's just it. It's not making mistakes, you know, as we look at his teammate Linus Lundqvist here, who he's battling for Rookie of the Year honors with, these 2 running lockstep. Just look at his 4 finishes so far. St. Pete 12th, Long Beach 19th, 14th at Barber, 15th at the GP. He's beating 10, 12 cars a race as a rookie, so he's doing a phenomenal job, and exciting to see what he's getting himself up to.
Georgia.
Romain Grosjean currently P30 on the board. The car getting towed back to the garage. So far, what's been your take on track?
Well, at least the sun came out, so we get some running. You know, we're trying different options here on the configuration side, so we were definitely not in a race trim, which made our work very hard out there. As soon as there was a car, it was traffic, it was very difficult. So I think we learned a couple of valuable things, but now we're just going to put it back into more downforce configuration and try to see what it could be like in a race.
Making those final adjustments. Romain Grosjean.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Grosjean coming in then. Looks like he might have fixed it now. So let's just see how that goes in the remainder. As we've had still 33 cars out of there at the moment, out of the 34 that's due to run out onto the circuit. Omi, let's catch up with you for a second. Taking a look at former F2 drivers, Alexander Rossi's in the field, Pato O'Ward looking through as well. We've had Palou do a couple, as now the bleeding thing goes off as well. If anybody knows what's going on with technology today, because someone just kick it up there behind for me, because it's really starting to, it's really annoying me. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's really annoying how bad this is today. Right, okay, look, it's like, it's already seconds on a different screen. I don't know what's going on, it's like... Right, let's see if that does anything by turning that off. I'm refreshing that.
You are really fighting away with technology today.
It was Google Chrome! It was Google Chrome having a paddy and messing up my stuff.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh. So, because...
oh, God.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that to see if it updates, because I've left timing 71 on. But I need to make sure it updates, and it wasn't just... because I've switched Chrome off, but 71's still open, so hopefully it should still work. Anyway, you can still see the timing, so we're fine. Yeah, it's working now. It's all fine now. Attention, everybody. Google Chrome is being a pain.
Brilliant.
Yeah, there we go.
As usual.
Anyway, what was it? Yeah, so few more F2 drivers coming in here as well. Ferrucci, of course. That's, I don't know how we're mention that, but yeah. What do you reckon as well? Who's going to be the best F2 driver this week, this coming week?
Possibly Lundgaard. Could be many different drivers, to be honest, but I'll be cheering for all of them. Looking forward to F2 and F3 being back this week along with Porsche. Slightly upset though, at the same time. No Alex Jakes this week on F2. That already made a very bad Tuesday even worse. Finding out the news, and now I've got to go through every single day this week of knowing that. And I can't stop thinking about it.
I do apologise. Let's catch up with the chat quickly as well. Where did we get to? Jess is off to London tomorrow for work. It was the last weekend I was away. Can't wait to be in the box for Indy 500, but that weekend is going to be busy with me covering clashes. Yeah, sorry, Jess, as well. There's a major production meeting planned, I think, Tuesday. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
That'd be the first day that would actually work.
Yeah. Everyone's going to get all of the information about, right, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Goldie says as well, hello Goldie, where can you watch the qualifications on Canal, I believe Canal Plus might have it. We've got yellow out on the track. Don't know why yet. Can't see.
Oh no.
No one's in the wall. Car 30 exit turn 2. Caution's out. Not sure why. Conditions. The yellow is out for conditions. I've been shouted at in my ear. So there is moisture at turn 4. Light moisture turn 4. So this yellow flag is now for weather with light moisture at turn 4. And you can see it building, Omi, can't you, in the clouds. We're on board with the McLaren as well, coming down to the back straightaway of Alexander Rossi. So you can tell that there is a few little bits of rain clouds in the air. Just as all the technology starts working.
Yep, definitely dark.
Yeah, go on.
Starts working. IndyCar decides to have a nightmare with it does look very dark out there. The clouds are coming in, and let's hope we are able to get more running here today. Okay, but we're going to neutralize it momentarily.
Yep. So
No, more rain, no!
yeah, it's Scotty Mack though, who's getting close, 229.493 mile per hour. So the yellow is out for rain. Ericsson wins best of the F2, F1 drivers as well. And Larson from not being full-time Indy as well, says DF. I agree with you. Matthew Ericsson, this is the best time of the year. This is the rain at turn 4, and there are a few more drops stopping on the circuit. So there is a dark cloud. We thought this was a possibility. And you're going to be interested. Eddie, who is just outside of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, nice to see you, Eddie, has said in the chat, yeah, we are getting some clouds. Eddie, if you could do us a big favour, just stick your hand out your back window and see if it is raining. That would be a big help as we look at Pietro Fittipaldi, who's 21st at the moment. So, JT, how is it where you are?
The track does look a little bit a little bit damper than what it did an hour ago, and a little bit darker. So yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately that seems to be the case. And why is the timing screen still glitching like a minute behind? It's never done this. Honestly, it's been fine, and then it just doesn't go fine. It really does bug me about how weird it goes. And it's like, I think what I need to do is open up, I need to up Visor, then I need to open up OBS, like do it reverse, and then it might work. Anyway, let's hand over then to NBC as we're still under this yellow.
Eliminate 2 of those 3. The safety side
Rain
sort of
delays
taken care
out,
of,
everyone.
The aerodynamic side is taken care of. There is definitely still an advantage to having weight lower in the race car. So the lower you can be, the better.
So while we have a moment, and we hope a very brief moment, we always love history, hoping we see another classic in a week and a half, let's revisit some of the best finishes in Indy 500 history.
Well, while they do that, we won't do that. And what we will do instead is line up to go to IndyCar Radio, if I can get my buttons correct. And fingers crossed it goes okay. So let's hear what IndyCar Radio have to say at the moment while we're under this brief.
Correct, pilot, because this place more than any other is ultra wind sensitive.
Yep, 100%. And yeah, you go into especially a qualifying run, you know exactly what gears you have to run at each end of the track based on the wind conditions and certainly the temperature.
Let's go back downstairs to Jonathan Mathis.
A lot of chatter on the tires. We've been talking about it for the last couple hours, but Kara Kristall, we'll go right to the source. What has been the early data returns on how the Firestones are handling?
All right, Jonathan, so we've had very limited running so far. Some running this morning, everything looks good as expected. Tires are pretty similar to what we ran here last year, so the compounds are pretty similar. Left side's a little bit more durable because we had some left side wear last year. So trying to adjust some of that, we've made some minor construction changes just to make the overall performance of the tires better. And when our engineers tested these, they tested around the hybrid, but we always also made sure that these tires would work with a non-hybrid. So I think we'll see some pretty good performance out here.
Is by performance we mean speed.
So the car right now is in its best form, so I want to take care of it and go with my gut, and it was uncomfortable and no reason to stay out. So we're just going back on it, and we'll just keep trying stuff. But I mean, the baseline car is fairly happy, so hopefully we can go rebound on that right now.
So if the car is good now, what does the rest of this week kind of look like for you? Is it simply just trying to see if you can kind of stumble onto something, or how do you go about that?
I think we have to watch the Friday weather and see if we're going to do any qual runs tomorrow or not, but we'll pound around a lot tomorrow. So, I just want to bury it in traffic, get really confident in traffic, and then from there, if we are good, then we start working on the qual car, because it's been a few years since we've been at the pointy end, and I want to get back there.
How much does the kind of seat of your pants feel kind of change year to year when you are in traffic? Is it kind of the same thing that you're looking for, or as you get older and as you kind of continue to get more laps here, does that change at all?
No. I mean, I kind of know what a good car should feel like, so I'm trying to strive to make sure we have that and keep it. Because I mean, this place, the tough part is having the car replicate in the different conditions and different days, because it's a roller coaster of a month. So, you have a good baseline car if it comes back. So we'll go answer that now.
Yeah, and last thing too, just about a pole winning car here. You know what that's like. What do you need the car to do well to be able to put 4 laps together here?
Sounds kind of cliche, but speed at the speedway is everything. So we know our car is pretty decent. You know, hopefully top 12, and then from there we can massage it in the top 6, or then anything can happen. But you know, it's still early. But normally you can find out pretty early if you're going to play or not. And this year feels better than the last 3.
All right, that's encouraging for Marco, set to make his 19th Indianapolis 500 start, Georgia.
Absolutely. I'm here with Théo Pourchaire. We were just chatting. He has never been to the Indianapolis 500. We're obviously not there yet, but what do you think about this so far?
It's amazing. Well, unfortunately, as soon as I arrived at the track, it started raining. So maybe I should go back to my house. But yeah, no, I enjoy it. You know, it's an amazing event. I think the most important race in the world with the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the Monaco Grand Prix. So, you know, the tension, the danger of this race as well, it's, you know, it makes this race special. So I really hope I can drive here one day, but I'm happy to watch it and to do it as a spectator first. So, yeah.
Now let's talk about you for a second and your career in the NTT IndyCar Series right now. Let's talk about what's happened and what's yet to come.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, I'm super happy to be able to continue to finish the season with Aero McLaren. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm gonna make the most of it. I'm sure, you know, I learned a lot during the first 3 races. We did some really good races, and we just missed a little bit of luck, but it's okay. You know, it's gonna be all right, and I'm pretty sure already in Detroit we can fight for some good positions. So yeah, I really can't wait, you know, to wake up tomorrow morning and to feel like I'm in Detroit already. But I will have to wait a little bit more, and yeah, it's cool. It's cool to watch.
It's time to take in the magic here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the first time with Théo Pourchaire.
Just barely beyond being a teenager. We've got 2 in the race. He is an old man of 20. Maybe next year will be the year for Théo Pourchaire, but he's going to have a great opportunity the rest of this season to prove what he can do in America. Marcus Ericsson, new look for him in 2024. The Delaware Life, number 28 for Andretti Global. But even though the colors are different, the memories remain strong. 2 years ago, in Marcus's words, winning the biggest race in the world.
And O'Ward is on the attack. Here comes Pato. Inside. Ericsson won't let it happen. Phenomenal driving from both men. You just won the Indy 500. Marcus Ericsson wins the Indianapolis 500 in the most dramatic way.
Yeah, so winning the 500 is, you know, something you dream of all your life. I remember watching it from being a kid on TV with my dad. To bring the Borg Warner Trophy back home to Sweden, to the other side of the world, was something I didn't expect. To be able to celebrate this great victory with family and friends and fans back home in Sweden, and see how much people that really cares for the Indy 500 and knows about it on the other side of the world. I think that says a lot about how big this race is.
And Inch, he's pretty good here.
Yeah, you could say that.
You were his teammate when he was a rookie. I'm giving you some credit.
You know what? So does he, which is the most important thing.
That's nice.
He's very good about it. No, no. Look, we were teammates his rookie year, and look, baptism of fire. You know, not coming from an oval racing background, certainly jumping into the 500. There's a lot to learn, and we had a lot of long conversations, discussed a lot of topics, and he was just a sponge. He was asking all the right questions, and was excited for the challenge. That first year, unfortunately, didn't go super well. He had some issues in pit lane, but certainly he has proven to be a quick study. And in the hands of a Chip Ganassi car, he's had some phenomenal results. And no doubt that played into the minds of the powers at Andretti Global when they decided, you know, who they wanted to fill in that 28 car. Bring in a driver with that kind of experience at the Speedway. You see Michael Andretti, the team owner, Eric Bretzman, the technical director, Olivier Boisson back there in the glasses is the race engineer for this 28 car. And yeah, in some ways, this is kind of a little bit high pressure for Marcus this week, the next sort of 2 weeks, in trying to bring some of that experience, bring some of that knowledge that's helped him be so competitive over the last few seasons over to Andretti. We talked earlier about how they had their period of dominance as a team, the way Ganassi seems to be having at the moment. And this is, one of the parts of that puzzle they hope can bring that speed back.
We're going to go green again in about a minute or so. Here's a question for you. He moves over from Chip Ganassi Racing. They've been the best program here for the last few years. There are non-disclosures. There is proprietary information. To me, that seems a little bit of a gray area. What does a driver bring along? How much does he tell of what he knows and what his previous employer is doing?
The big thing is he can tell the engineers what the car is doing. He can tell the engineers why it was so strong, what feeling the car was giving him to give them the confidence to run the way they did in traffic. And then the engineers can hopefully reverse engineer some of those requests. A lot of times in oval racing and in racing in general, you don't know what you don't know. It's hard to help lead the direction of an engineering staff towards a car if you don't know what the end target is, if you've never driven a race-winning Indy 500 car. Marcus has done that, so he can get in the Andretti car and say, hey, look, my car back at Ganassi, it did this better. I liked how it reacted when in these conditions. What can we do with the settings that we have on this race car and the tools we have available to us to try to get us closer to that? The outright speed of the car, Kev, look, the driver doesn't know the secrets of the uprights, doesn't know, the specifics of the wind tunnel numbers. That's on Andretti Global as an organization to figure out how to get the outright speed and the ultimate pace out of the car. But Marcus's knowledge from what the car does, how it reacts in certain scenarios, that's really where he's valuable.
Cars back out on the track then here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Moisture has been removed and we can finally get this show back on the world at the racing capital of the world. I think as well, Omi, we've sort of been delayed a lot, haven't we? We want to see some action out here on the circuit, and boy oh boy, we're going to get some action now.
Yep, we've had quite a bit of but back out there on the circuit, and hopefully it's going to be exciting from here on out. Excited to see how all of these drivers do get on and see what kind of order do we get with 2 hours and remaining on the clock for today.
Some isolated showers are now popping in a line directly on a path to the IMS. So it looks like for the remainder of today, we are going to be stop-start, which isn't the greatest news. George is in the pits.
Color not available to see from up top, so they asked them to fill that number in, so then it was black on white. A 1-inch number is what they called it. So now all fixed, but that is a new scheme for Stingray Rob, as we noticed from yesterday.
Right, so Stingray Rob, who we're now looking at down the pit lane running on turn 1, is new liveried up as we take a look further back. This is, oh, hello, little twitch coming out of the pit lane there for the 41 of Stingray Rob. And yeah, just making sure the car was okay as he came back on to the infield pit exit here, which he filtered into 1 and 2. And he rejoined the track as well at the back straightaway. Now, here's how it works here, because if you go to pit lane, you can't just dive down as well. So there are 2 different ways to come into pit lane, and there is a commitment line this year, a dotted line that you can't focus. All 34 cars have ventured out to the track here at the Indy 500. They've all gone out, Omi. We're racing now for the 500. All the timing screens are operational. Yes. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Exactly what we want to see. It is going to be quite a lot of fun now.
Yeah, I thought so. Right, this is the open test, a replay of what happened as well. This was on pit lane where we had a spin on the infield section when it was starting to get damp. And then we had a little... oh, this was back in 2022. Oh, I was going to say, I don't remember any of this. I remember Herta spinning in the open test in 22 and Ericsson narrowly missing out, but I don't remember any more drama happening throughout there. Yeah, that was an odd one. Here's Dixon coming into it. I wish they'd show us some actual decent stuff, but yeah. Here is Scott Dixon.
All pointless. Random stuff.
It's just the track yesterday. He was fastest, 29.107. Second session, 26.144 for Dixon. So he's yet to actually build up enough speed, which I find quite interesting in the mix of things. Still got no idea what's going on with my battle screen here tonight. I think I might have to switch the computer on and off or run something or reverse things for tomorrow and to see why it's not working. I'm not on the Grid Tonight show, obviously, because this is going to run an hour longer. So Ben's taking over for me there, and as soon as we're finished here, I'm going to run over to the Grid Tonight show to give my thoughts on the day's action. Final unhinged opinion. The number, is that 7? I can't tell on the monitor. Hang on a minute. The number 7 is the best racing number. 7, 17, 27, etc. Just the 7 looks cool. I agree with you there. The 7 with Alexander Rossi this year, not as well. But the 7 is a good one. Kimi Räikkönen's racing number, of course, as we take a look at Dixon. Most laps led in Indy 500 history, 665. He could start with the devil number here, 666, if he leads a lap come May the 26th. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting week, isn't it? As Dixon crosses the line. He's a bigger lap time begins. The pack racing out there. Now, what that means is, what pack racing means is you're out there on the circuit and you are just following, slipstreaming, getting in the toes, getting your lap times faster, and gradually building up speed as well, and just getting out there in the toe, practicing what you're going to have for the race. So after the time we lost yesterday, it's about the same what we're expecting. This is practice 3. We had practice 1, practice 2 was cancelled, and this is officially practice 3. As I'll head down the back straight away. Just taking some more action and time to adjust to it. VK not looking too bad either out there, so VK's up to 12th now 13th. Rahal jumps up the order as well. Power jumps to 2nd on a 228.767. Stingray Rob moved up the order as well, as Katherine Legge from 27th comes into the pit lane. But all 34 cars have now started the Indy 500 procedure of practice, which means they're all able to qualify for the greatest spectacle in racing on Saturday and Sunday. 2 hours 38 to go. How do team try and line up in the pit? How does teams try and line up in the pit exist in the best slip, or does that matter? Yeah, they'll practice coming into the pit lane as well and darting in. So the teams will go out there. They'll have the team drivers have planned. So they'll have 2 cars out there out of the 3 entries that they have them, and then they'll slipstream coming through. They'll get in a toe together. They'll use other people's toes as well, and they'll practice darting into the pit lane as well and practicing exit toes. There's a whole program that they get into that was very disrupted. So now we're sort of seeing a combined, I've never seen this before, we're seeing like a combined run at the moment in this session. We're seeing everybody practicing the toe runs at medium speed, which is the 229s as well, but no one's broken the 230 barrier, which is what we would normally see coming into the race. So no one's pushed it over the line yet. Very much we're still in the first couple of hours of practice. They only got 23 minutes yesterday, and then they got 90 minutes back in April. So we're actually, we are really behind on the time. We've lost about 12 to 13 hours we've lost in total of practice already.
Yep, we have lost quite a bit, and it will mean though that the next few practice sessions should have even more running for us to watch as well, as the teams try and recover that time that they have lost. But yeah, they have lost quite a bit of running.
Here's Colton Herter, Valencia, California. 86 starts, 7 wins, 11 poles in IndyCar. In the 500, 5 starts. Best career starting position was 2nd. Best finish, yeah, well, that's still not even inside the top 10. Herter still having trouble with the 500 as he moves to the inside of Kiffin Simpson. Yep, down towards turn 1. And breezes through nicely. So pack racing continuing here at the Brickyard with more rain clouds coming in over the circuit. It's getting darker now at turn 1 and 2. I wouldn't expect the next 5 or 10 minutes for another yellow flag to come out for conditions. There's a cloud coming in at turn 4 as well. Can't tell if that's blowing away from the circuit or not. But pop-up showers. Pop-up showers seem to be the business here. For why I'm yawning, it's 9:30 in the evening here in the UK. We've been waiting around all day. So it is quite the procedure as we're riding on board with Scott Dixon, who's averaging 2:30 on the backstretch.
Indeed, quite a bit of waiting all day long. Just waiting to see when the session's going to get underway. The weather, ebbing and flowing, gets dry, got a bit more wet. It just kept changing around, but Philly cars are out there on the circuit. So it's just been a day of waiting.
Yeah.
And yesterday was a day of waiting, and we didn't really get anything yesterday.
Over the line. Timer screen's now 1 minute and 30 seconds back.
Oh god. Technology doesn't want to behave when we're green.
It doesn't. It doesn't even just want to behave today. It's like the computer's been on standby all day. It's like, okay, I don't want to do anything now. Don't get it. I'm constantly changing the settings as well. Right, hardware and
I mean, if it wants to have some issues, then today's the best day to do it. Not in the next few days.
You're telling me.
And of course, when we get to more important sessions as well.
It's one of those things, unfortunately, that it just likes to hate you every now and then, technology. Thing is, though, it's something on OBS, as we had, because if I'm on it normally, everything's fine. But the second I put it on a camera, it starts glitching like crazy. So I've no idea. Oh, hang on a minute. May have solved the problem. Let's head over to the radio.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
He's behind the Gainbridge Honda of Colton Herta.
Not even they're talking.
It's Tom Blomqvist, one of the Meyer-Shank cars there that we're seeing Scott McLaughlin tussle with. Is it not? No,
that's Rosenquist. Yeah, the yellow end fences are the identifiable marker on the Meyer-Shank racing entries, the full-time entries of Tom Blomqvist and Felix Rosenquist is on your screen. Of course, Helio Castroneves on that program as well, but he's in a blue and white car. The 06.
It is helpful. Helio's is easier to spot.
It's Graham Rahal in front of him right now.
I haven't seen Graham's car yet. That's Graham there.
And the blue and red United Rentals machine. Almost looks like it's got a chrome look to it back here.
I've seen his overalls. They look good. He's ready for work. He's going to do some contracting.
Can't miss the...
It's a live oval with the car on IndyCar Live. Yes, it is. The driver tracker is on IndyCar Live. It's just being a pain in the behind. But I think I managed to have solved it. It seems to have quieted down. Yes, yeah. Hey! Score 1 for the bad guys. Yeah, okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, everything going? Yes, okay, yes. Score 1 for the bad guys. Wait. It's lagging. Maybe not
Oh,
score.
no.
Maybe not score 1.
Maybe not.
I don't get what's going on. It's like OBS is having a massive argument with me today. Like, you shall
Seems
not
like
do
it.
anything wrong. Yeah, you shall not do anything. You shall not be able to stream today. Massive pain in the butt, everyone. I pressed the wrong YouTube button. Sorry. Sorry, everyone on YouTube. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. That's my fault. Yeah, it's just being a massive pain. Yeah, because look, it lags the whole system down. Let's go over to NBC while we fix it.
And you can see the train in front going very slowly. Graham having to lift and downshift to 4th gear. These guys all trying to jockey for position right now.
Graham prefers not to revisit this, but he's busy now, and he's not watching. So why are they on the Indy road to recovery? Four cars were in the last row shootout. 3 of them were from Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan, so chances were high it would be team-on-team bumping. And it was Graham Rahal on the bubble as Jack Harvey went out. And how do you react if you're Bobby Rahal? You're bumping your own team car, your son is getting bumped. Lose-lose situation for Bobby.
And he's been there as a driver before. He knows the pain that Graham's feeling in this moment. Wife Courtney and their 2 daughters coming out to console him. Look, I've been there. It's the worst feeling in racing, you know, to be missing out on what is the biggest event of the calendar year in the motorsports world. And Graham handled it very well. You know, it's a tough situation, but he's a seasoned veteran, and again, he's had experience with it through the family. His dad has been there. Bobby, one of the first people actually to text me when that happened to me back in 2018.
Yellow's out,
so
yellow's out.
It's nice to have someone to lay back on as the caution comes out.
Yellow for rain.
For a track inspection.
Okay, track inspection.
Ultimately, Graham did get to compete in the race after Stephen Wilson was sidelined with an
Right, so yellow's out this time for track inspection, not for caution of rain. And golf for
Cusick
that.
Motorsports Dry Run Bull Racing entry.
So, since you asked,
since I mentioned
sure you'd
it,
really love to look at this again.
Yeah, I mean it's such a difficult thing in Indy 500. You know, trying to make sure everything's perfect. We had a problem that day that on the one run that we got stopped our car from showing its potential, and unfortunately we weren't able to get a second run in. And you know, you can see the amount of motion that goes into this event. Every member of the team just crushed. You know, there's team members crying. You know, there's engineers staring blankly at screens, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. And you know, those moments, whether it's good days or bad days, the emotions here at the Speedway are just so much more heightened than any other racetrack in the world.
Every driver you ask, qualifying for this race is the most difficult thing they do. Driving by yourself, hardest thing.
It's unbelievable. The challenge of it, the exhilaration of it, the scariness of it. Totally, frankly, you know, the concept of trying to peel all the downforce off of a race car, leaving just enough on to get it just around the racetrack 4 times. Those Firestone tires that you're seeing going on Scott McLaughlin's car, they work harder in those 4 laps than any other time in the month, because you're relying so much on the mechanical grip, having peeled off so much of the aerodynamic grip. And you know that one small lapse in concentration, one small misplacement of the car can end up in an accident that, you know, when you're going the fastest you're going all month, that means it's the biggest accident you're going to have, and you're going to hit the hardest. So it's a scary moment for sure, but it's that kind of moment that keeps racing drivers coming back. It's the kind of thing that fuels any driver to do what we do.
So we saw 2018 with Hinch very much a part of the story. What about 2019? That certainly was as dramatic as we've ever seen here on Bump Day.
The final row of the grid will be filled right now. Alonso is on the bubble. The 6th and final driver, Kyle Kaiser. Right now, he's tracking just ahead.
Checkered flag.
Has he knocked Alonso out?
Yeah, we made it! Yes! Oh my God!
Kyle Kaiser and Juncos Racing are in the Indy 500. One of IndyCar's smallest teams, knocking over a global motorsport giant.
Absolutely the greatest story in my life. Thank you so much.
And that's why qualifying is a race upon itself. And we can say, who do you think's going to get bumped? And we don't know. Circumstances often will dictate that. Kyle Kaiser and Juncos bumps out McLaren and Fernando Alonso. I saw Kyle here a couple weeks ago at Rev. By the way, he would still be open to, I don't think I'm speaking out of school here, I'm sure he would welcome the commercial partnership. He still has in the back of his mind he would love to do the Indy 500 again. He's still in his mid-20s.
Yeah, there aren't many drivers that wouldn't like the opportunity to do it again. You know, when Kyle went through one of the greatest sort of David versus Goliath stories that we've seen here in modern times. Small team taking down McLaren. Granted, McLaren at the time is not what we see McLaren IndyCar, you know, as a team now, but still, Fernando Alonso versus Kyle Kaiser. Not many people would have put money on Kyle Kaiser. No offense to Kyle at all. Just you're going against one of the greatest of a generation, and it was a heck of a story.
One of the great stories. Kyle, by the way, is doing very well. Works, is very successful here in the Indianapolis area, but still would love to be involved in motorsport. Let's go back to the garage, find out what George is looking into.
Well, there are a few cars back here in the garage. The 23 of Ryan Hunter-Reay being one of them, currently at a 2:26.490. I caught up with the team. They started with a baseline that Ryan Hunter-Reay loved. Then they changed a couple components in the rear end. He wasn't as happy with it, so they took it back to the garage to make a few changes and bring it back to the baseline that they already started with. But the goal is definitely to get out there before this practice ends today.
There's a look at some of the branding that we talked about before. Some celebrity partners, the 4-6's Ranch. So we've got dueling beef makers. We have Good Ranchers.
Yes, I had the same
for
thought.
Scott McLaughlin and the Meat Wagon. And what's Ryan going to call his car? Ryan Reinbold always does such a great job, and now they've added the commercial partnership with Cusick Motorsports. You mentioned Stephen Wilson a little while ago. I want to say hi to Stephen. I know he really wanted to be back, and there were people trying to help him be back this year. Just did not work out. But the work is already beginning to see if there is an opportunity in 2025 for Steph.
It'd be great to see Stefan back in an IndyCar, get to do the race that he was denied the opportunity to do a year ago after that injury. But glad that he is fully recovered. He's back fighting fit and fighting to get back on the grid.
Yellow right now, if you just happen to tune in the stream, is for a track inspection. We got started today at 3:05 after a planned start of 10. The rain lingered much longer than anticipated and certainly than we hoped. And we have until 7 o'clock today available. So that's why the clock is at 2:22. Indiana's not changed time zones again. I know it's confusing, but we have until 7 o'clock, and then tomorrow we'll get started, weather permitting, at 10 a.m. for a good 8 hours of running.
Well, I'm going to say it was a little anticipated, but you know, that's just me. That's just me. But no, IndyCar is always making every effort available to maximize the amount of track time, like you say, extending to 7 p.m. today, starting early tomorrow, trying to give these teams all the opportunity they can to burn through the endless amounts of tires they now have.
Will Power is getting set to get back in, looking to go for number 2 in 2024, and the first Indy 500 win was memorable for all of us.
Will Power's going to win the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
When you look at all the iconic names, 4-time winners there. Yeah.
Production meeting before the beginning of the season, and asking questions and seeing drivers come in that have won the Indianapolis 500 and have their image on the Borg Warner, and there were others that had never been this close to this famous trophy. They've walked by it. There are events, but never alone for 10 minutes just looking at it. And that's cool, because that's what you guys are in it for.
It's so fascinating for me. It's so poignant, I think, for everybody watching. You look at a guy like Will Power. Now, fine, this was a few years ago, but let's just look at where his career has gone. Two-time champion. He's got 41 wins. He's the all-time pole record holder in IndyCar. And that driver thinks that his career is not considered great unless he wins an Indy 500. Had he not won that race in 2018, he would be sitting in this car right now, today, as we look at him, thinking that his career was incomplete. That is how powerful this race is to drivers. 40-plus wins, 70-plus poles, multiple championships. It doesn't matter. If you don't have Indy, you will never feel satisfied with what you accomplish behind the wheel of a race car. It's crazy to think, Kev, but that is what this place does to drivers.
That's what it's all about. And if you've won it once, you want it just as desperately again, because you know what that does. And if you're a multi-time winner, that basically gets you into a different room of the club. Cool stuff. It's what we're doing this month and every year for this biggest race in the world. Dylan.
Caught up with Christian Lundgaard, who is looking at our monitor here and looking at mile per hours and timing. So you're down the list a little bit further probably than I imagine you want to be. So what are you guys working through today?
You know, I think yesterday we did find some more pace, and then obviously we still want to find pace, but we also got to make sure that we have a fast race car. And I think that's ultimately what it really comes down to. Yes, you got to qualify for the race, but race days is really the most important. And we ran into some issues that we've been trying to manage. But so far, I mean, I'm not really disappointed. The car feels a lot better than it did last year. So the entire 45 Hy-Vee Honda crew has done a good job in that aspect. And the entire team, we seem a lot happier. We ticked off basically most of our boxes, so we're only we run 2 hours in total of 2 days, so we're moving forward.
Green is back out. You guys, and you specifically, have moved forward in each of your 2 starts here. You started further back, but you've gone forward. So are you guys happy with the race car, and it's just a matter of kind of finding some more 4-lap speed, or where are you at kind of in that progress? I
think overall as a team we've lacked pure pace, pure speed, so we certainly needed to extract more speed out of the car. But I think this year the car seems to be naturally faster, which is a positive, but the balance got to be there. We got to be able to run close, we got to be able to pass people, and I think the past couple of years I've just kept my nose clean and try to finish the race, especially my debut race here. I just wanted to finish the race. I wanted the mileage. We got it, but I think now we're trying to push a little harder and make sure that we get some good results.
Thanks, Christian.
Says they think they have some natural speed, so that's a good start for the Rahal Letterman Lanigan camp as Andretti goes to work together again. 27 and 28 swapping spots. Kyle Kirkwood in front of Marcus Ericsson.
Colton Herta just behind there, just off your screen, and then Tom Blomqvist in the 66 of Meyer Shank. Again, a technical partnership shared between Shank and Andretti Global. So essentially teammates all running together.
So they can do 7 together if they want, with 3 for Meyer Shank and 4 from Andretti. Still just that one lonesome lap. Not at speed for Marco Andretti is all we have seen today. And a 34th car is on track, so that means that Takuma Sato is out there somewhere. Yeah, he's done 4 laps now, up to 225 miles per hour, in likely a different aero configuration, lighter fuel. He told George a little while ago he's going to work on QualSim. So here's the question as we look for Sato in the middle of that pack. It's not the horsepower that you're going to have on qualifying day. What are you learning trying to qualify, especially with other cars on track today?
Yeah, the other cars on track is what makes it tough. But as we get our first looks here at Takuma Sato in that white and red car, it's about starting to get a feel for the balance. starting to understand the tire degradation. Again, you're going to be going probably 4, 5, 6 miles an hour faster once that boost gets turned up, but at least gets you an idea, puts you in the ballpark of which way the car might go as the speed increases. So not ideal conditions, not perfect conditions, but certainly something that can still be learned here.
Well, this is a pretty representative lap because as he goes through turn 2 now, now Alexander Rossi has just come out off the warm-up lane in front of him, but he had almost a full lap with nobody in front of him. So a little bit of a read here for him with some clean tracks. So the next lap might give a little bit of a clue as to where he's at.
And as I look at where Rossi pulled out on track in front of him, I almost wonder if he's trying to do something similar, Kev, because he's nowhere near the back of this train. And look, he seems to be looking for a little bit of clean air. But we'll stay focused on the madness here. You see Kyle Kirkwood leading Christian Rasmussen at the front of the line. A little bit of a gap down there to Joseph Newgarden, who follow through here. There's Alex Palou. He's been a little bit quiet today. We haven't talked about him a ton, running up in 11th on the time charts, 225.9 out of the number 10 entry from Ganassi. Your defending pole sitter, your most recent race winner, your most recent pole sitter, your defending champion. I mean, add it to the list. What hasn't this guy done in the last 18 months? Oh, that's right. Win the Indy 500.
This is it.
This is all he has left to do.
He hasn't won an oval race either.
That's true. We have mentioned that. It's sort of the last thing on his list, so why not make it here? His McLaren teammates. Callum Ilott closing the door on Kyle Larson. Kyle's just getting into the groove of things, learning the rhythm here. It's all about timing your passes here at Indy. It's about lifting the correct amount, being the right amount off the back of the car in front of you, going into 1 or going into 3 to make sure that you can have momentum on your side, keep your foot in the throttle as you come through 2 or 4, and have that momentum to pull off the pass down the next straightaway. And figuring that timing out can be really tricky, and it's different if the car in front of you is a lead car, if the car in front of you is 3rd in line, if you're buried down 8th, 9th, 10th in line. How you time that changes. And these are all the different scenarios that Kyle has to try to find himself in before we get to race day.
So I think everything is sorted as they come into it. Please. Yay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Sorted. Working.
Whoa.
Right.
Lovely.
We'll get that properly fixed tomorrow. But boy, oh boy, do you want to drop kick technology. Right. There goes Kyle Kirkwood getting to the inside of Conor Daly as well, who's I think running out there finally as well. But yeah, 34 cars appearing on the timing screen, which is great news for us finally. Oh, guess what has happened actually, Amy? Now my iPad's frozen on it. Not
what?
the actual, not the actual. Oh, and it's coming back
God.
to, it's coming back to life. But yeah. It's one of those days where the technology just doesn't want to work with you. Either way, the
Technology wants to keep you busy today.
It's just one of those things, isn't it? But now look at this. We've got Pato O'Ward coming to the inside and Carl Kirkwood in towards turn 1. We've got Herta in a side-by-side battle as well. Can't see with who, but let's head down to pit lane quite quickly as well.
The spotter stand in the Bell Helmet group or the building, and now we're here on pit road, obviously, as you're doing strategy for Kiffin Simpson this year. So I want to talk kind of on a personal level for you. It's the month of May officially. It's Indy 500 practice. What does it mean to you to kind of be the one calling the shots for a car here?
You know, it's pretty awesome, right? Indianapolis is so special to everybody, no matter what your role is. And it's definitely not just a me thing, right? The group here at Chip Ganassi Racing is so awesome. You know, Danielle Shepard and Ben have been great on the stand all season long. Seth also on the sim side. And then here we get the added bonus so far with Michael Garris, Max Bourdais. So it's 100% a group thing, that's for sure.
What has it been like today, and even the test with Kiffin as he gets his first laps at this racetrack, going through the process of kind of balancing the information sharing you're getting from the 2 veterans and then the 3 rookies between Kiffin, Linus, and Marcus Armstrong as well?
You know, it's been amazing. Like I've said it all season long, you cannot ask for a better group of people than everybody within the walls and here at the track for Chip Ganassi Racing. At any moment, right, from the GP when it was a tire call all the way back to this morning, and, you know, hey, what's a 10-car field? He went first, and everybody works so well. I mean, Barry Wanzer, Mike Holt have been in my ear a lot. Watch this, check that, make sure we're not going here. And truly, I always knew that it was a great environment, but really until you're put in a position like this, you don't really get to experience it all. Thanks, Wheeler.
So, car start here at the circuit right now as they fly through. What's happened is the driver track has crashed. So it's not me, it's the app.
Right.
Yeah. 229, 493 from McLaughlin.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I've got a solution actually. Ready? Quite simple. Take that off and bang. We have a look at some other data that is available from IndyCar that they give us up here in the commentary box as well, just to help out a little bit. Hang on a minute, 40 there.
Nice.
Yeah, well, one doesn't work, we get the other one working until the other one does work. That's pretty much how we have to go around it. It's stuck at 2 hours 12:46 as into the pit lane comes Carl Kirkwood and I believe Pato O'Ward, yeah, coming down on pit lane as well. Still, the data's working. That's the important factor of the names alongside us here in the commentary box. As desperate, I can't. That is the 33. So that is going to be Rasmussen, who's out front now, leading the toe battle at the exit of turn 2. Here we go. England May is up and running. Practice finally here. Hello! Oh, I remember you from last year. Hello. Verukta, wasn't it, if I'm remembering correctly? Hello again, my old friend. I remember you from last year's coverage as well, joining us on the stream. Nice to see you again. That's what I love about the 500 and special races. Everyone starts popping back in for them as well. Yes, perfect. Hello, yes. Nice to see you again. Perfect. Hello, welcome back. Verukta, yeah, I remember. Oh wow, that's what a smile on my face. Nice to see you back. How have you been over the past year? You doing well? Hope you are. So I think there were some fingers coming up there actually as well from some of the drivers coming down pit road, especially that. Oh, hello. Yeah, so that was into the pit lane for Rasmussen, and then there's a McLaren out front putting his finger up as well. So the toe trap, yellow's out. Don't know why. We've got a yellow flag on the circuit.
What now?
This one is in track inspection. Conditions is the report. So it's conditions. Don't know why, but it's track conditions with these yellows come out. Verukta says, doing very fine and hope the same to you. Yes, I'm doing well. Obi's doing well, hopefully as well. And yeah, nice to see you. Let's hear from Katherine Legge then as we're under for a weather delay.
Katherine, how valuable are the laps that you're able to get in today?
Super valuable, and we're trying to make the most of every single one of them because you look at the forecast and Friday looks a bit terrible as well. So we've got tomorrow, literally, that's it. And it keeps stopping for moisture and you see the little spots on your windscreen and you're thinking, please, can we just get the changes in? I just want to get through all the things that we need to do to give me a comfortable race car, and hopefully we can worry about the qualifying car when it comes. But it's extremely valuable, and we're really lucky that IndyCar have given us more time, you know, running till 7 and then early again tomorrow. And it's definitely, especially for me and for Nolan being a rookie, like these guys are in these cars week in, week out. So they know a lot quicker what they need from it, whereas for me, every single lap out there is new.
And what is that scenario like for you where the amount of time is shortened and then you get thrown out there and now all of a sudden you're around 20 or 25 other guys?
Terrifying. I question my life choices on a daily basis. No, it's, you kind of have to fake the confidence in order to go out and do it, right? Like, you don't have now we don't have a week's worth of testing where you can go out and you can do runs by yourself, and then you can do runs in traffic and kind of go back down through that. You have to do it all in one go. And so you have to suck it up and tell yourself you've been doing this for a long time now and you got it, and like just kind of keep laser focused and don't let the exterior noise in, and don't let yourself get nervous, and just kind of control your mind a little bit.
What do you feel like you've checked off already today?
We've made some massive improvements since we first went out there. We've still got a long way to go, but I think we're going in the right direction and we know what we need. I don't know where we're going to end up on the timesheet, but I'll be happy when I have a car that I can turn in and feel secure in, and then doesn't wash to exit, and we're solid, and I know that I can go race no matter what the weather does.
Thanks, Katherine, for your time. Hopefully getting back out there again today. Also just announced Katherine will be running Pikes Peak. So cool, jumping in various different kinds of motorsports.
Yep, she is definitely a part of the Honda, now HRC family, and she will be doing Pikes Peak coming up later on this year. So that is a really cool effort. Thinking an Intrepid, is that right? An Acura Intrepid. I'm looking for the release that was sent my way just a little while ago. An Acura Integra Type S is what we will see her in later on. All right, Hinch, we made you revisit 2018. I think, and the crew feels it's only fair to think better times. How about 2016? This was one of the great stories of the history of this event. The 100th Indianapolis 500. Sam Schmidt gets to celebrate with a pole car, and James Hinchcliffe, after frankly nearly losing her life here the year before, gets to lead the field to the green in the biggest race in the world.
Emotional day for the crew, Kev. I won't lie to you. It was, there's something so special about qualifying. We've already talked about it. You hear drivers talk about it endlessly, about how it's the most difficult thing that they do all year, the most terrifying thing that they do all year. But in a lot of ways, also the most rewarding when it goes well, because there's so much pride to being fast around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And that's pride for the driver, that's pride for the engineers that set it up, that's pride for the mechanics that, you know, bolted it all together, for everyone back at the shop that had to machine parts or contributed to it. It's such a team effort. And when a team builds the fastest car at the fastest track on the calendar, there is something just so special about it. And, you know, especially for us that year with that group, having been through a slightly traumatic experience the year before, and coming back a year later, and you know, it's largely the same group. That's what was so cool about that moment, is a lot of the guys and girls that were with me when I got hurt in 2015 were unchanged in 2016, and we all went through a bad day in May 2015 together, but we all got to celebrate a really special one a year later.
Well, you say it was emotional for the team. It was emotional for everyone here. And you're one of those drivers that has always been open, and I think people feel like they know you, and because you've met so many of them. But even the people that had not met you felt like they knew you. That's why that one's going to go down. That's really high in the list of biggest moments and triumphs that we've seen, and other people get to make their mark coming up next weekend too.
There's going to be a very happy driver and crew.
Yep.
On Sunday afternoon. There's going to be 3 very relieved drivers and crews on Sunday afternoon, and 1 absolutely gutted driver and crew on Sunday afternoon. So make sure you guys are tuning in all weekend long to see the emotion that is attached to qualifying here at the Indy 500. There's just nothing quite like it. Come up to the 5 o'clock hour. Traditionally happy hour. You see on the top of the pylon will be 2 hours of practice left. We've definitely got a little bit more cloud cover than we had. The sun's not shining quite the same. But we don't see any precipitation where we sit up here in the pagoda. Don't see any umbrellas out in the grandstands, but clearly somewhere in this massive facility, somebody is seeing something that they don't like, that race cars don't like.
All 34 have been on track today, all up to speed. And already we know of at least 1 car, Takuma Sato, working on qualifying. And more of that coming up probably before we're done today. Let's hear from more drivers. Down to Dylan.
I'm going to make Bama do the athletic stance here so we can chat with Marcus Ericsson on the wall. So, no, it's kind of early days this week, but where do you feel like you guys are at?
I think the car's pretty good, yeah. It's a nice balance. We have some stuff that I want to tune on. It's more like in the feeling of the car. It's not so much like we don't have balance limitations, really. The car is quite nicely balanced, but yeah, some things in the way the car feels where I want to change some things. So we're going back now and doing some changes, but overall I'm pretty happy. I think we're sort of in the window, which is good, you know, and then it's all about fine-tuning on this place.
How receptive has your timing stand, the whole team, been to maybe the changes or the ideas that you have and that you've brought from Ganassi over here to try to implement?
Yeah, I mean, they're listening a lot to me and my feedback. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to run much because the open test, the rain came, and yesterday the rain came, so we haven't really worked much. You know, it's mainly the sort of Andretti base setup. That was already a good setup last year, and I think both Kyle and Colton was strong in the race. So, you know, we're working from that platform, and we're trying to obviously improve on that, and hopefully with my feedback and what I want to have from the car feeling-wise from what I've had the last 2 years, you know, we can improve a bit on that package, and that should put us right in the mix.
So one benefit for us as broadcasters and also the people watching at home with this weather is that you guys have been pretty racy out there today and in big groups. So doing that kind of early in the week, does that change anything as far as the trajectory of the setup you guys are looking for, or is everybody still kind of on the same plane just with less time?
We're definitely more racy than usual, and I think it's because we've just lost so much track time, right, with the open test raining away, and then yesterday and today. So it feels like people are already out there really being quite aggressive, which is fun, and, you know, like that puts you in more race kind of situations. So it's been a few times out there it's been like a bit tight, but I like that. That's fun.
Thanks, Marcus.
I like that he likes it when it's like that.
Certainly better than not liking it, because you'd better, because that's what it's going to be like. Romain Grosjean out on track right now. I often get asked, focus on those, especially when there's going to be bumping, who's at the bottom of the chart, and he's there now. I feel like it's way too early to really bother with that, though. We're an hour in, essentially, to the month. And you really get a better sense of that coming up tomorrow.
And look, most drivers we've spoken to have said today's about race running. It's not about ultimate lap speed. Guys aren't doing, you know, quali sims, Bart Takuma Sato, and maybe one or two others giving it a try. But it's never a nice feeling to end the day in the bottom handful when you know that a few days from now it's going to come down to an absolute shootout for that final grid spot, and someone's going to lose out.
One of the things we're looking at is Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan going to be stronger and quicker this year. Georgia has someone that can give us a little bit of insight.
That's right, Kevin. I'm here with Graham Rahal. We talked to Takuma a little bit earlier. He simulated more of a qualifying setup. You are not. What are you simulating?
Yeah, I think the other three of us are more on kind of a race style, a little heavy downforce race style running. You know, Taku, he kind of went down that path because obviously our time's getting a little bit short now. And I think if we've got three cars honing in on a race setup, then we should be able to put it right on his car. All of us are running pretty much the same car, so it'll be good. But yeah, I mean, you know, so far, a solid day. The car seems to have good pace. You know, we got to get a little understeer out of it, but I'm sure pretty much everybody's saying that.
Is pace the biggest positive of today? Are you happy with anything else?
We'll find out, but yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, we haven't really had that good sort of toe, new tire, you know, run. I think there was a series of those guys that jumped way up there when they did. We haven't had that moment quite yet, but it seems to be competitively fast. And, you know, we've run with the Penske's, we've run with some of the McLaren cars, we've been out there, a couple of the Ganassi cars, including Dixon, and we've been right there with them. So I think that's all positive signs.
Just under 2 hours left. After today, what does the drawing board look like between four cars?
Well, tomorrow looks okay, but Friday doesn't look good at all, you know, so everybody's in crunch time here a little bit. So tomorrow you just got to turn to qualifying, I think, for at least the first part of the session for everybody and see what you've got.
see what our balance is. Obviously, when you turn up the boost, it's a whole different ball game anyway, to be frank. So you got to try it and see what it's like with a little lighter downforce.
Thank you, Graham.
Great, Rahal there as well. And joining us in the comms booth is Matthew Owens as well, who has joined us. It's 5 p.m. No, it is maybe 5 p.m. over there. I'm not too sure, but he'll just get set up. Omi's still with us, and Omi, a little bit of a delay there, but we're all rocking and rolling now, it seems.
Yep, when he's got everything set up, I'll probably head off then.
Oh, fair dues. All right.
As well. Yeah.
I just set this
I'll
thing
probably
up.
go down to this stuff as well.
I just set it up. No worries at all, Omi. Okay, so I'll let you go. Matthew, as we go yellow again. So hold your horses, everybody. Track has gone yellow again. And I believe it is back for conditions again. And it is light moisture on the racetrack. So still in the yellow mode. So we'll let Omi disappear. Thank you, Omi. Are you heading down to the pitch, you say?
Yep, absolutely. So enjoy, you guys.
Thank you very much, Omi. So we'll let Omi head down to the pits and we'll let Matthew Owens come up. Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Rain, go away, I think is the key factor here. We just can't seem to get away from it, can we?
Yeah, as much of the country cannot. I mean, it's raining just about everywhere in the continental United States. But as far as Indianapolis goes, it's the Midwest in May. You just have to expect it.
Let's head down there and have a quick word with one of your favourite gentlemen, Matthew.
Pretty darn good.
It's
Out of the box, felt good. We're trying with the new setup, as I mentioned to you guys before, 21 and 22 setup, which was good. Now we're testing other bits in the car, which is great. Now we went back, just because when you make a lot of change, and Hinch actually can allude to what I'm saying is, you want to make sure that the change that you did, if it's good, go back and check it out on the pad, because you wanna repeat that again. So those are the things that we're doing right now. I know moisture keeps coming in and out, but I'm actually super optimistic, as the right word. I even told the guys as they keep it going. Firestone tires seem to be much better this year. Don't change at the moment, so yeah, looking good.
So you're, of course, a part owner now of Meyer Shank Racing. So what is your month as a whole like? Is there more responsibilities, or do you get to just focus on being a driver for the next 2 weeks?
I'll leave this to Mike and Jim Meyer right now. Whatever we need to do, it's up to them. I need to focus, obviously, 100% at the 500, which that's what we're doing. Good group, good guys, and everybody's it's in a positive side.
Okay, so we saw your helmet earlier when you were upstairs in the booth with us. Your hose came off out on the racetrack a little bit ago, I think. Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Can you feel that or notice that when it comes off? Here's a replay for you.
No way. I kind of like felt something, pop, but I kind of like assuming it was there. I had that before. I think it was 22 500. So yeah, I gotta tell the boys to fix that.
All right, yeah, get on it, boss. Thanks, Helio.
It's Helio Castroneves, the reason why we have, well, not the delay, but the reason why we had a brief yellow earlier on in the day as well. He's going to get back there as well. So, Matthew, can he do it? Can Helio Castroneves take 5 victories and become the first ever driver to do so here at the Brickyard? It's on your cards.
You never count him out. You know, it's a really good driver lineup that Meyer Shank Racing has put together for this race. But you never count him out, that's for sure. I am a fan of what they have done this year, going back to just this race. Just have a one-off car and a one-off driver and a one-off team to only concern themselves about the 500. I think that's what we've seen in 21 when he won his 4th And then we've seen him the next couple of years. He ran full-time in the championship, and they could not focus just solely on one race. And for a team that small, quote-unquote underfunded, I think they spread themselves too thin. And then they come to Indianapolis, and they were not anywhere close to what they were in 21. Remember, it wasn't a fluke that they won in 21. That car and that team were good all month long and all race long as well. Going back for him and the team to just focus on running just this race, getting the car ready to qualify well and race well, I think is a huge advantage towards possibly seeing the greatest piece of history in racing history. I mean, if he wins this 500 and wins for a fifth time, it's the greatest accomplishment in motor racing history.
He's come in, as we just heard him. He's feeling confident. He was up in the booth earlier on today on Peacock as well, saying, look, I feel okay. The car's working. We did the shakedown. We did the open test. Yeah, both were curtailed with rain, but he feels like he can do it. Meyer Shank feel that they can do it. And also they've got the wonderful helmet to tribute to Gilles de Ferran as well. And whenever you have a Gilles de Ferran tribute on a helmet, you seem to be able to win. Ask Lando Norris back at Miami a couple of weeks ago. So apart from that, we've got a couple of other people coming into this one. What's your opinion on Kyle Larson coming in as well, doing the double as well? It's a big schedule for him, and he's even effectively doing the triple because he's also doing the All-Star race this weekend as well.
Yeah, of all the people that have done the double, the 500 and the 600, Tony Stewart, Robbie Gordon, John Andretti, Kurt Busch, and those are fine drivers, especially when you look at Tony Stewart and Kurt Busch, who were NASCAR champions, and Tony Stewart an IndyCar champion for that matter, IRL champion. This is the driver that has the best chance to win one of the two races, and probably the best chance. It's still a very small chance, in my opinion, but he's probably had the best chance of anyone to win both races. Tony Stewart finished third in the 2001 Coca-Cola 600 after he had run the 500. That's the best result of anyone in any of the races that have done the double on the same day. Now, you do remember that you have to go back into the 70s. There were drivers in the 70s that ran the 500 and the 600 in the same year. Donnie Allison comes to mind, Cale Yarborough, Bobby Allison. But do remember those were not on the same day.
Yeah.
Because that was still in the day that the 500 was run on Memorial Day, no matter what day of the week it fell on. So they did not do it in the same day. So if you, just for this conversation, discount those drivers, I think Kyle Larson has the best chance to win one of the races. He's tremendous at Charlotte. He's won the 600 before, and you can clearly tell he is catching on in this IndyCar as well as anyone possibly could, coming in as cold as he has been. And I like what they did today, what they have done today with Kyle. He said he was comfortable by himself. Let's get him in some traffic because we know tomorrow and Friday, if we get anything Friday, is going to be just solo car runs, getting ready for qualifying. So get him into traffic today, try to get him comfortable in traffic today, and then if indeed Friday does get washed out, that's of course Fast Friday, my advice would be to trim that car out as much as you possibly can tomorrow to get him as close to ready as Fast Friday as you can. Obviously, you're not going to get it completely tomorrow up to 242 miles an hour, but I think I would try as best as possible to get him ready for what he's going to have on Saturday, and hopefully if he advances Sunday, which is unbelievable amount of straight line speed and hanging on for dear life in the corners.
I'm going to look forward to that as well. He said that if he doesn't get through to the Fast 12 and he qualifies 13 to 29, that he is going to go home Saturday and sleep in his own bed and then go and do the All-Star race as well on the Sunday. You'd be delighted to know, everyone, that the green flag has been put back out with 1 hour 46 minutes to go. So this little pockets of moisture are just going to be building up and building up. But we are back in somewhat racing speeds, and the cars will venture out there onto the circuit. So what are you expecting for the rest of the day then, Matthew? Because I know you're on your way back home now as well. That's why if anyone's wondering why he sounds like he's on a car phone, because he's on a car phone. But what are you expecting for the rest of the day? Because we've now effectively got an extra hour added back by ending at 7, not at the traditional 6.
Yeah, I'll be interested if they do any more pack runs. Obviously, there would be some advantage to doing pack runs, being that you weren't able to do as much of them yesterday as you would have liked. And of course, as we are said, tomorrow and Friday is going to be almost exclusively qualifying runs. So I'll be interested to see if they do any more. I don't know how much of an advantage it would give them, because now we're so late into the day. The track conditions are not anywhere close to what it's going to be on race day in about a week and a half time. So I'll be interested to see if they do any more, but I would imagine most teams are starting to turn over into qualifying trim now that we're a 5:15.
Yeah, so there's a couple of cars heading out there at the moment. Pato O'Ward, Takuma Sato, Tom Blomqvist, Nolan Siegel, and Roman Grosjean have gone out onto the track. So just 5 cars at the moment. O'Ward did go back out and then come back in again as well. So he's just come down pit road. So just a quick outlap for him out there on the circuit right now. You can see hopefully all the names alongside me on the timing tower. 34 names on that. We'll shrink it down to 33 as well, ready for the 500 later on. Of course, we will have a bump day, and I know we've only had effectively 23 minutes then, 1 hour and 15 minutes so far, but who do you well, 2 hours 15 actually, who do you think could be facing the bump coming into this one? Because looking at it, I've got my eye on a couple of the rookies maybe not making it out. I think Nolan Siegel might not do it. So who are you sort of picking as an early Exeter from the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, I think it's only common sense to look at the inexperienced guys, Siegel, Rasmussen. Those names certainly come to mind. I hope Katherine Legge can get in, but you just never know sometimes with what Indianapolis throws at you. I mean, who would have expected Graham Rahal to struggle as much as he did last year? Go even further back, James Hinchcliffe, when he failed to qualify, was a total shock. What was it, just a couple of years ago, Will Power was in the last row shootout, too. And I mean, that's a former winner, champion, and Penske car. So I'm sure there will be at least one surprise when we get to Saturday on who's not getting up to speed. But yeah, I think you've probably got it right. Siegel, Rasmussen, Legge, those are going to be the names that pop straight to mind on struggling to make it in.
Catherine's 30th at the moment, still not up to speed completely, still only 222 mile-an-hour lap times. We've yet to break the 230 barrier. I wasn't really expecting that today. I'm more expecting that to come on Friday when we get into it, but it's unusual that we haven't broken the 230 barrier, considering that we lost yesterday's practice. If this was the second day, we would have broken that barrier by now.
You would probably think so. And you know, these are the first real runs for these guys in traffic, so they're not going all out. But we will gradually get there, no doubt.
George is down the pit lane.
Right now, especially for him, is traffic running. As a rookie, he's never done it before, and now they have this smaller amount of time to get that practice in. Can you take us back to your very first time traffic running here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? And what was that like for you?
Yeah, I'd rather not, Georgia. It was terrifying. These Indy cars are designed to be, you know, running in clean air with a lot of downforce on the cars, and as soon as you fall into that dirty air, it just takes such a significant amount of that downforce away. The car feels light, it feels slidey, and you know that even a small moment at 220 miles an hour could have big consequences. So coming up for me, you know, my engineer at the time, Craig Hampson, who's running Marco Andretti here today, was all just about building up to it slow. It was not about getting into too much traffic too soon. It was start at 10 car lengths, do a couple laps, see what it feels like. Close it up to 8, do a couple laps, see what it feels like, before we start just trying to fall in line and running right off another car's gearbox. And, you know, a great way to do it. And it's one of the things that all this time at Indy affords young drivers, is it affords you the opportunity to build up to it slowly. And I like what Nolan Siegel's doing here. He's out there just running with one other car. It's not too much dirty air. You can kind of get comfortable before you start sliding yourself back to P8, P12, P15 in the lineup of cars.
Timing screen has glitched again in terms of the driver tracker, as always is the case whenever we have an Indy 500. I really wish IndyCar would just update their app. We have this brand new online timing screen from the website. Why they don't just put the driver tracker there, I don't know, considering the fact that, you know, it's basically the same thing. The app is horrendous. It crashes every 5 seconds. It's not designed for anything good. And the website, it only just got better. But yeah, in terms of that, Matthew, actually, where would you say the IndyCar is in terms of the app presence and the timing presence? Because it's not really consumer friendly anymore, is it?
Hope you can still hear me.
We can now, yes, we can.
Oh, very, very good, yes. If I heard all of that, which I may not have, but if I heard all of that, yes, the poor IndyCar app. Oh, my goodness gracious. There's so many decisions that IndyCar is making, working against IndyCar. You would think the one thing they would like to be on top of is everything digitally, and unfortunately they're not.
The app used to be so good, and then it wasn't. At the start of last year, they made it all a mess. Just honestly, I would beg them. I have a bad vibe this is going to be that year. Don't know why, says Tommy as well in the YouTube chat. It's just the disruption. If I know the feeling as well that you're having, but it's just because of the lack of practice and the disruption. But everyone's valid as well to feel a bit queasy about it all, especially after last year's lucky escapes with accidents at this track. But we should be fine. We should be absolutely fine to come into it. Still, last year was amazing when we got to as well. It was only the last practice session and then the race itself that we saw any accidents. Everyone was fine during practice as well. They were all very cordial with each other. Even during qualifying, we were all waiting, weren't we? The biggest shock last year from qualifying. Who got kicked out last year that shocked us? We had a moment, didn't we, in the commentary box, like, oh my goodness me. Or me, yourself, Matthew, and JT. Can't remember what it was, though. Hildebrand? No. Someone got kicked out. Maybe one of the McLarens. Anyway, F1 figured out the app. Live commentary, no ads. Yeah, they did. They sorted out the app as well. And look, this has been frozen now. It froze 3 minutes ago. Hasn't yet restarted. So I've now got to go out and go back in again, and then it's not going to work.
Hello.
Hello, JT. Are you back home?
Yes.
How was testing your camera?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing. I used to get the micro SD card out and put it into the computer. But yeah.
Oh,
do you need my camera or?
No, it's all fine. I've now know why my laptop's not working. So my iPad's not working. Apparently, it says no internet. So
amazing.
Yeah.
I just had internet problems with my one.
It's one of those days where technology isn't as good as one hopes it would be. Right, there we go. I've got my data back now. I've literally put it on my data. Is it going to give me any driver? Well, it's giving me timing, so it's not. Ah, there we go. Hey. Oh, hello. It's actually keeping up. I don't actually know either. Oh, radio.
So, get out. My question is, are the other guys able to hold it wide open, or are they lifting as well on the first left-hander?
So he's talking about accelerating.
Okay, so that's just a little bit of the track acceleration noise. Yeah, go on. I hope Matthew's all right, by the way. Are you still driving, Matthew?
I'll take that as a yes.
Signal is bad, Matthew, just to let you know as well. So, JT, what have you been making of all this then?
It's been alright, even though I've not been in literally most of the practice. I am keeping track of how many minutes we've been green and how many minutes we've been yellow, so we can calculate the percentage at the end of it.
Very nice.
So...
Have you taken a look by any chance at IndyCar's website, which gives us that?
No, I've been doing it manually.
I'd be interested to see how
might have
close
to
you've
look at
got. Yeah. On the website, on the new timing screen on the website it tells you. But
Alright, so
how close were you?
I calculated hour 1 of practice 1. We had 26 minutes.
Oh, that's probably better, to be fair.
Hour 6 of practice 3, 45 minutes, and then last hour was around 36 minutes.
Sounds about correct. Let's hear from McLaughlin's race engineer.
True speed you have here on the first full day.
Yeah, I think the Pinto Chevy's pretty quick. It picked up toes pretty good, so that's the only way you can really gauge it. All the speeds up there are toes, but, you know, can you pick those up pretty quick? And it seems like our cars, all 3 of them, are picking them up pretty quick, which is a good thing to see this early in the week. But you don't know until you're on your own. Everybody's working on race stuff right now, so I don't think we'll know anything until Friday or Saturday, of course.
Well, it's nice to still start the week off, though, right, in a positive direction. I mean, do you feel like you guys have made improvements from last year?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it sort of seems that way, and like I said, until we actually get everybody on their laps by themselves, we'll never know. But you know, the best thing is the race car's unloaded really, really good for racing. So, you know, a good race car usually is a good qualifying car.
Thanks, Kyle.
Still circulating. Go on, JT.
So, yeah. That's all I've got now. I don't think there was a caution at the start of this hour yet.
Not to my knowledge. We had one for rain, but in terms of...
That was the end of last hour, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we've been fine. Yeah, Greenfield came out with 1 hour 44 to go, as we'll let Matthew get back into a good signal range for a bit as well.
I'm just trying to look through what I did today.
Sounds good. Keep going. VK's top of the no-toe speed, 220.071. Canapino, 219.525. Rossi is on a 219.373. Herta, 219.346. Rasmussen, 219.335. Carpenter, 218.614. Kirkwood, 7th, 218.2. Katherine Legge up in 8th, 218.092. Lundgaard's 9th, 217.696. And Lundqvist has the top 10 with a 217.690. That's the fastest no-toe speed in this practice session. For the benefit of those listening in on USRN, this is your current top 10 in speeds in the fastest lap. McLaughlin has 229.493. Power, 228.767. Herta, 227.858. Newgarden, 227.675. Rossi has 5th, 227.484. Kirkwood, 227.008. Award, 226.965. Palou, 226.663. Hunter Ray, 226.490. And Castroneves rounds out the top 10 on a 226.213. That's the top 10 fastest speeds in this third practice session, and really the only full running of practice. Well, you can't even say that, really. 4 hours worth of practice that we've got. And guess what? Just died on us, the IndyCar app, for the billionth time today.
Nice.
Vise has been being a pain in the behind. Do you remember during the... do you remember, JT? It was absolutely fine during the Indy Grand Prix.
Yes.
Today, been an absolute pain.
Nice. It was, I'm just looking at the footage back, and it was actually a decent night to test because there was actually some really, really good drifters. So it was fun.
I thought it might be.
Really. Yeah, it really pushed myself to the limit on the first proper test of it, to be fair. Having to be on a camcorder for like however many hours. I think it was 3 hours, I think.
And the battery lasted?
Took it off and charged it a little bit, but yeah.
I want that camera. That's quite good.
I wasn't on it continuously for 3 hours. It was on and off. But,
I need one of those cameras when we go trackside. Adam says, hey, Josh B and Josh D. Hello, Adam. And Matthew is here as well, but he's driving home at the moment. So just skipping through it. Let's look at how O'Ward crashed out of last year's 107th Indianapolis 500 when him and Ericsson came to blows at turn 2. But he was A-OK. And now this year, O'Ward is down in 7th position. Ericsson 16th at the moment in the running order as well. As the session continues to fly on and the times run in. Actually, what I just realised is cool is that the timing tower is actually in sync with the TV picture. So it's not actually as bad as what we...
For once.
For once it is, yeah. Not as bad as you think it would be to come into it. But yeah, McLaughlin and Power have a 1-2 for Team Penske here at their home event. And McLaughlin having a chance to win the 500 car would be quite interesting. Adam said, just got off work and ready for the Indy 500 and Coca-Cola 600 as well. Yep, so we appear, well, I say ready. We haven't even planned the production meeting yet, have we, guys? So we know that I'm assuming both, obviously, but I'm Monaco. But there's a lot to do for that weekend in terms of production. Let's hear from Georgia.
Exactly the same, just in case they needed that spare. So just another reason why this practice is so valuable to these teams.
Okay, that's just because down the pit lane, several of the cars coming in as well and changing over. A bit of sunshine coming out of turn 4 now as well for the first time. So big thumbs up there into the last 90
Josh,
minutes. Yes, JT.
You should look at the video in Manus's chat. Wink, wink.
Let's have a look. Picks up phone.
So here we have a long line of cars forming to have some tow laps in as well.
Let me tell you something. JT's footage here is absolutely incredible. So it's a 4K camera, right?
It's full HD with 54 times clear image zoom.
Take a look at that. Isn't that great? Oh, the videos you're going to get, JT, is going to be unbelievable.
I know, right?
Yes. I'm ready for the snake pit. Hooking it with Brandy.
9.2 megapixels.
Tommy Hubbs is having a quite interesting day as he says, I'm ready for the snake pit. Hooking up with Brandy, my ex-girlfriend. Party, baby, as well. That's what the snake pit's all about, I suppose. Having the craziness to go around as well. Don't restart anything. It's never good going back to an ex. Well, sometimes I don't. Go on, JT.
Today was literally just getting used to the camcorder and the tripod setting in like a motorsport environment. So, like following cars, I was testing it on like the parachuters and the planes, which were going around a couple of days ago. But they're massively different to cars, and I tried to track a plane at 23,000 feet while I was at Ringwood.
Did it work?
And I wasn't able to catch anything, but what I saw through the viewfinder was incredible. That's how good the zoom is. Here comes Patro Ward on, I believe, Venus VK. But yeah, 54 times clear image zoom with 9.2 megapixels. It's going to be good.
Our boy with Pato Ward then. Towing VK down the pits, and O'Ward's backed out of it actually. Stays in 5th gear and lifts out and falls backwards in the tow as they venture through. Adam says, heading to NASCAR Xfinity Series race at Charlotte next Saturday. We'll put pics and vids in Discord. Sounds good. Oh, that is going to be good. So local circuit shy. Are you there for the race on Sunday? Are you there for the actual 600, Adam? Or are you just going for the Xfinity? That might be... either way, it's going to be great to see Charlotte. Great racetrack, Charlotte. Roval. I'm looking... Do I get to do the Roval this year, JT?
Let me look.
Can't remember if I can or not.
I forgot that I was meant to be printing off a maths paper one for me to do tonight.
Adam's not there for the 600. That's a shame.
Roval, let me look.
Have we found out yet whether or not it's a 10:30 start or a 1 a.m. start for the...
Both.
How do you mean both?
The Open is at 10:30, the All-Star race is at 1 a.m.
So the Open is the sprint races, the heat races?
No. The heat race is on the Saturday night.
We have to cover those
Then the
as well,
Open.
don't we?
Yes. So we've got heat races open and the race.
What's the Open one? Explain it to me, because I do not get the All-Star.
Let me just grab it up. Hold on.
Actually, where's Matthew? Is he busy driving or can you hear us? Matthew, I default to you as the NASCAR expert here.
The Oracle.
Yeah, the Oracle. Literally the Oracle. Coming into it. But I know he is driving and muted at the moment, so we'll wait until he has signal. Rahal's coming out the last corner out towards the line. Rahal actually Grosjean and Lundgaard improving on their lap time deltas, which is nice to see. There we go. Rahal does... Sorry, Grosjean does a 40.3, so more speed on time as they come into it. Snake pitch. No, do you know, one of these days, well, I'll tell you what, when I do get to the 500, I will go into the snake pit at one point with during the race, so that we get a red flag or something.
What could go wrong?
I'll venture in there with a microphone and a headset, and I'll be like Ted Kravitz when he was in that party mode, and I'll see what goes on and get some, see what happens. But the snake pit, the 500. Do you know anyone who goes to the snake pit? I don't know. Do you actually watch the race, or is it just a music concert with cars flying around you? I don't know what happens in that music pit year in year out. Snake pit, whatever it is. For me, I'd like to be exit at turn 4 for quite a lot of it, and I think the best seat in the house, the flag stand. That's where I would want to be for the start. I'd want to see that flag stand. Bit of car cover coming out of turn 4, actually. I've just noticed, looking up at the monitor up here in the comms box, so that's blowing in. There is a chance of another caution for climatic conditions. As we see Dixon coming out of 4. Looks okay to me. Tiny Town needs another hit at this rate. Dixon getting ahead there of Alex Palou. Palou going straight back underneath him on the back straight and moving round through 1 and 2. So changing again.
Let me know when I can nerd out about the All-Star format, Josh.
Now we've got the time as Dixon lines up Palou, goes down low. Palou leads the championship, of course, 152. Dixon's 25 points back after Palou took victory in the Grand Prix of Indianapolis on Saturday.
Okay, Josh, get a piece of paper and pen. You'll need it.
Why? I'll just watch the stream back.
Okay, so the All-Star race.
Yeah, go on.
Open is where 20 drivers will compete for 2 transfer spots into the All-Star main race.
Right.
The Open will be 100 laps long, with
Right.
a halfway break at lap 50.
Right.
17 drivers are locked into the main event Sunday night via points race wins in either the 2023 or 2024 Cup seasons, past All-Star race victories or Cup championships, and 2 spots on the starting grid will be filled by the 2 top finishers in the All-Star Open, with the final entry taken by the All-Star fan vote winner. That's given Fan Boost 5's Formula E, awarded to the highest vote getter who has not already raced his way into the show. Then the 17 eligible drivers for the All-Star race will be split into 2 60-lap heat races on Saturday evening. The result from Heat 1 will set the inside row of Sunday starting lineup, while results from Heat 2 will set the outside row of the starting grid. and there's a halfway break scheduled for lap 30 in each race. Friday's night pit crew challenge will determine the starting lineups for both the All-Star Open and Saturday's heats, where one at a time drivers will leave pit road and take the green flag to begin their time trial session. Each driver will complete one circuit at speed before flowing to the pit road speed limit and approaching the designated pit stall for a 4-tyre stop and mock fuel delivery. The driver will then return to the track and race back to the checkered flag to complete his time trial.
Right. How much do we actually have to cover for this All-Star race?
I'm guessing only heat races, open and main race.
Okay, Santino Ferrucci's car has been wheeled back onto pit road, by the way. He's only completed
I will happily take some.
Yeah, he's only completed 14 laps out there. Yeah, maybe, yeah, Matthew can team up you two on that one as well.
Yeah,
maybe.
I can work with Matthew on that one, yeah.
Because there's no way I'm staying up until God knows o'clock and then having to be up at like 2 hours later for a Formula 3 race. And then have to cover the IndyCar practice sessions as well. It's a busy week.
Have fun.
It's a really busy week, isn't it? But yeah, tomorrow you can. We've got more people watching now, so just remind you as well that tomorrow on Thursday we will be joined in the commentary box by Formula E lead commentator Tom Brooks. He's going to be joining us for a segment to talk Indy 500 and all things motorsport. Tom Gamer was supposed to be with us, but he is actually flown out to do some filming for Sky Sports, their IndyCar pre-race show as well, so he can't join us. And Ryan Marine will be hopping in whenever he has time as well, when he's not busy with IndyCar radio. And of course, Kobe Lambeth as well will be hearing the review shows during the track parades and everything, and pre-shows as well to the sessions. And then we will have a special IndyCar pre-race show for the build-up, and that'll air on, I believe, the Thursday of next week, where we'll go through everything that happened in practice and qualifying and get ready for the race. Sunday, as soon as we finish at Monaco, we move over and cover the Indianapolis 500 as well. Green flag, as always, at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, whenever it's start time now, but pre-show starts at 4. And then, of course...
5:45 is
5:45 green flag time, perfect.
5:45 or 5:38, one of the two.
Perfect. So we'll have plenty of time then to build up to the greatest spectacle in racing. Then as soon as that's over, hang on, JT, did you say 5:45? That means you might actually get to see it, because the last touring car race should only take about 20 minutes.
It starts at 5:25.
Yeah, so it should be all right.
Just, maybe.
Yeah, just. And then, of course, we'll have, straight after the Indy 500, we'll have, like, what, an hour break, 2 hour break? And then, bang, Coca-Cola 600.
Around that, yeah.
So that's just enough time for me to eat some food and then go again. And I'm about 20% convinced Megan to do Monaco Indy 500, the Coke 600 as well. Mainly because she's not doing anything.
This is another thing which will probably persuade you to get one of these cameras, Josh, is that I looked at it and 164 gig micro SIM card can do around 5.5 to 6 hours recording.
Yep, doing that. Does it connect to your phone yet on Discord, do you know?
I don't have the cable for that right now.
Ah, but does it, if we do get the cable?
Yes. I believe so.
Definitely know what we need to get hold of. Not kill. No, if I get hold of, if I get hold of one of those for not kill, that'd be incredible.
Yeah.
Everyone keep watching the ads.
And it's got a decent mic on it.
Oh really? Oh, that's good. Well, we're getting a wireless.
I've just realised that what people can see is my logo. How about I change that and do that?
Oh, there we go. Oh, that makes sense. Jess says, we are lucky there is a bank holiday the day after the 500. That is also true. Why, Jess, are you doing the Coca-Cola 600 as well? Are you doing the double? Was Jess doing the double? I can't remember. Someone was doing the double.
I don't know.
But I know you're doing it.
I'm doing the double.
I'm doing the double. Matthew's doing the double, I know that. Tommy once again says, prediction, Larson, that Larson boy qualifies 15 and finishes 17. Roman has a big wall at mid-race, and the Dale boy finishes 10th. Could happen. I think Larson's going to be higher up. I really do. As we ride on board with Kyle Larson right now. 15th at the moment in this one. Pack racing. Getting in the toe, seeing how the car balances.
You were wanting me to find out if we were doing the Roval, weren't you?
Yes. Yeah, are we doing Roval?
You are happy to know that that is the only thing on that weekend other than the Repco Bathurst 1000.
When is that? October?
13th of October is the road course. The Bathurst 1000 is 10th of October to 13th of October. It's also Jerez final round for the Women's Motorcycling Championship.
So you're telling me I have a free weekend to go over to Spain and... no. No, I have told Maddie Patterson that I will be attending the World Superbikes at Donington, to which she nearly blew a valve. She was very excited. So that's going to be fun. Good luck, by the way, as they're testing. Go on.
What is also helping is that, 15 seconds ago from IndyCar Weatherman, wouldn't be shocked by a few drops out of a little rain going over Indianapolis right now. Would be short-lived though. Small cell near Carmel is the last one to watch.
Yeah, you can see it come out of turn 4, can't you? So there's a few bits coming.
Yeah, just going back to how I'm working out is it helps that Christopher DeHard posts something every single time there's a yellow and a green flag.
That's true. What we do have, though, by the way, I won't be at Iowa for IndyCar. I won't be able to do it either. So,
hi.
Yeah, JT up. So I would miss Iowa completely. However...
Yeah, the first 14 minutes of this hour was yellow, so
yeah.
If the remaining 15 minutes, it'll only be like 40, which isn't bad.
Here's your coverage details for tomorrow if you're watching us. 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. Eastern. And that is practice. And that is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. British summertime. Friday, noon Eastern until 6 p.m. Eastern. That's for practice as well. That's 5 to 11 in British summertime. Saturday, 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Eastern. JT is taking you through that practice session. And myself, Matthew Owens, and a whole range of guests will be with you for qualifying at 11 a.m. Eastern until 5:50 p.m. Eastern. That's 4 o'clock as well, British summer time. Matthew will start the stream with you and JT. I'll then come in and take it over as I will be dealing with Imola, the ending of qualifying. So, yeah, we sort of start, stop, come back in, jump in, go, go, go. Sunday's fine. Still, it's Wednesday. That's the thing as well. Do you know what I'm really scared about? It's Wednesday. Do you know what I've got to do tomorrow morning? Do everything for Imola.
Go on.
I've got to do everything for Imola. I've got to do track guides, voiceovers, graphics, everything. And that's because today feels like Tuesday, not Wednesday. Because this is our first full day of running. It's completely messed up the schedule. HRH says, yes, Indy 500's on fire in 2024. Let's go. We are going. Well,
so, say that again. We are go at 10 a.m. Is it tomorrow?
10 a.m. tomorrow, which is 3 p.m. British summertime.
Awesome. Let me add that to the schedule.
Megan's joining us tomorrow, by the way.
What time?
Random times, but Megan's got the headset in the box, so she'll just fly in any time. I know, can't get her to nail down a schedule. Coming into it. Oh, interesting news from Adam here saying Supercar star Will Brown will race for the RCR Racing at Sonoma in the NASCAR series.
Yep.
That is,
I have seen that.
Excellent news. I think I saw that earlier on and forgot about it. It's been that type of day. Scott McLaughlin says, let's go New York Knicks. why that's come up on the monitor. I've got no idea. I've got no idea why that's come up on our timing screen here in the commentary box. 1 hour 11 to go. Few bits of clouds, but no sign of any rain hitting the circuit. So I don't think we'll go into a yellow flag procedure anytime soon, which is good news. Cars are out there, as you can see on the driver tracker. Pack racing. McLaughlin down, really, so there's just a lot of them out there circulating. Continuing to push and see what they can deliver. All 34 have ventured out there onto the track in this session. And there's Scott McLaughlin, 229.493 mile an hour. He's done 74 laps. Least amount of lap times, though, of this session so far definitely goes to Santino Ferrucci. Only done 20 after losing so many hours as well. So maybe JT... Oh, Matthew is back. Hello, Matthew. You can hear us?
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me better.
I can. Are you in your home setup?
I am home. I had to get the dogs to stop barking. I figured you wouldn't like to hear that, but
doesn't matter. Don't worry, we put up with JT's dog every now and then. Especially.
Yes, nightmare dog / dumb dog.
I tell you what.
Also known as Delboy.
Delboy. I'll tell you that though, Matthew, I'll ask you this question. We were talking earlier about who's going to be at risk of being kicked out. I think Santino Ferrucci starts looking at it. If he's only done 22 laps, he has not got the hours that these guys have had so far, the 3 hours that we've had.
Yeah, well, he's so interesting too because he's always so good here. So hopefully he will not have any issues qualifying because he is so exciting to watch. Top 10 in every 500 that he has started, and very good last year. So hopefully he won't have any issue qualifying. That would be a shame.
I hope so, because Ferrucci is always a show at the 500, as you said earlier on. Timing Tower, the pagoda, has been upgraded to 34 names, which is great. It's electronic this for the last couple of years since they changed it, so the timing board is looking good. And the pagoda, of course, the building behind it, that was built back in 2000 for the F1 when they came here for the first time. McLaren's are getting feisty out there as well with, well, McLaughlin's coming to pit lane, but there goes a Ward around the outside as well. Matthew, you can hear us?
Yes, absolutely. Still getting things squared away. I am here for any relief that you guys need. Ask me a question. I'll try to give some semblance of an answer. I'm just here because you guys have been waiting and waiting and waiting and doing nothing for the last 2 days, just about.
Yeah, we've literally been sat watching iPads and monitors on the world feeds and listening to either IndyCar's Da 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 from NBC or the Taylor Swift songs, which have been playing. So it's kind of one of the two. If I hear the same Taylor Swift song again, I'm gonna. I like Taylor Swift, but not that much.
I mean, until we got going today, and other than like the 26 minutes we had yesterday, the track has just been a bit of a blank space. Like it wasn't used. Like yeah. Sorry, guys.
Oh dear. Well, you did. Well, unfortunately, JT, you do. He's gone. Well, unfortunately, JT, it is the month of May and the Indianapolis 500, so we are here for a fortnight. Thank you. Thank you.
Fine.
I thought that was a better one. That's modern. That's our first one for the new album. Yeah. I win.
No.
Why? I thought it was funny. I've lost my Twitch chat now. Feels weird. In 7 minutes, I should be on air for the Grid Network. I won't be because we've gone longer. So Ben's taking over for me. And then as soon as we're done here, I'm running away to hopeful that Grid is still on for a quick wrap-up of the day.
I'll tell you what, of all the shows for you to miss, this is a heck of a show for you to miss. There's been just so much going on.
I know.
This week. It's unbelievable.
And I'm the host of it as well, which makes me feel really bad to have to miss it. But I'm in the commentary box for it as well. So quickly as well, the guys have been able to let me off for it, which is very kind of them, to be fair, to come into it. There's AJ Foyt watching on. And of course,
I'm sure they're going to have a very interesting discussion about the JOKE joke that is the NASCAR in-season tournament. Good Lord.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've covered it now for our first time. It's a bit boring. It's a bit like, what on earth is going on to put the in-season tournament in? It's like, do we even... NASCAR's not even NASCAR anymore. It's not. It's no longer a racing series in my eyes. It's just, yeah.
So I would ask you two, since you guys have covered so many races this year, have you at any point this year thought, boy, this regular season is a real drag. We're not getting any good races. We need to spice this up some.
Phoenix, I think, was the only one I thought could have done with a bit more spice. Apart from that, I've loved it. Yeah, they're a bit long, and yeah, you get a bit tired, but you can't knock the racing we've had and the finishes we've had, and the regular season's been brilliant.
Yeah.
And you know, they made the regular season as meaningful and as intense as possible. Like, every race is a huge race with the win and you're in. So I'm not sure why anyone could look at it and say it needs to be better than it already is. I don't know how it could get better. And this tournament is just... Oh, it's really a terrible idea.
And they've locked.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and it's... I've no idea why they've done it. It's giving me vibes of the $1 million challenge that we had with IndyCar, which the winner didn't even receive $1 million. That was pathetic. But the
we've gone yellow.
Regular series races have been okay.
Not sure why.
Stop the clock.
Wait here.
And that'll be 40 minutes green for this hour.
Could be.
Josh,
hang on.
Matthew, how are you doing?
It's raining. Yeah, it's raining. There's that huge cloud I was on about over turn 3 and 4 has now come back over the track, and it has started sprinkling with rain. So there is rain at 3 and 4, and that's why the yellow's out. Oh.
I mean, 40 minutes of an hour is not bad for these conditions. We had 45 minutes, an hour 5. Shall I set up my OBS virtual camera so they can see the thing or not?
Oh, do it.
Like awesome.
Go for it. Blogfist is doing the
do
most.
it.
Oh, there goes the timing screen. Perfect timing. This is O'Ward. Ah, there's the water hitting him. Yeah, big drops of water on the camera lens as well. So this isn't just a small rain shower coming in. It's going to be quite a big one. HRH says, agree, Joshua, NASCAR is no creativity anymore, and the format was knocked off a long time ago, and oh boy, this Amazon is Indy. It's just the Amazon Indy, yeah. It's spotting rain every 5 seconds as well. But yeah, just before we hand over to NBC for us during the rain delay, Matthew, I think we've put the Coca-Cola 600 on Amazon behind a paywall.
Get it, Scotty.
Doesn't really bother us too much because we watch either on the international pictures or we have our media logins. But for the everyday fan, putting it behind a paywall, especially on Amazon, isn't great news, is it?
No, it's not. And, you know, all I hear from media and people on Twitter and everything else, all I hear is NASCAR's got one of the oldest fan bases among the major American sports, and they want that fan base to get younger. Well, just because you're putting it on a streaming service, that doesn't automatically mean that a bunch of young 20-year-olds or teenagers are going to put on the race. All that means is that your 50 and 60-year-old diehard fans for all of these decades aren't going to be able to find it because, God bless them, like my grandparents can't find Amazon or any other streaming station on their TV. So you're not making your fan base younger. You're just keeping your existing older fan base from being able to find the race. I can't wait until the 600 next year comes up. And oh yeah, we only got 600,000 people watching on Amazon. And they're going to say, I wonder why.
It's great for us, though, because people are going to be looking for alternatives, which means USON and JBMotorsports. Yeah, well, it's perfect for us. It's like whenever
look at the positives.
Yeah, look at the positives. We get more viewers. Take it for this. We've just clicked over 1,000 viewers on the YouTube stream for a practice session for Indianapolis 500 because it's on Peacock. So yeah, nice.
And MotoGP looks
goes
down
nuts.
at Indy and says, "I've done 100 times better than you."
Yeah, MotoGP now brings us 50 to 60,000 viewers, and even, dare I say, at one point 102,000 viewers. But we've got now an hour to go, by the way, so we're now into the final 60 minutes of this test day. But yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's just insane, and we are in the fight for 5,000 subscribers, by the way, before the end of the month of May, and going into the Le Mans month as well. So I'm so looking forward to Le Mans, like really looking forward to Le Mans, because it's going to be insane. 24 hours, non-stop YouTube stream. That's going to be great. And we're even trying to have a look to see if we can do 24 hours. But I think we're going to have to split it up into 3 parts. So 8, 16, 24.
Yeah,
like we
you can do 24 hours continuously on Twitch, but not YouTube.
Yeah, because you... So,
you can do it on YouTube, but you lose the editing function.
Yes, and so it's every 8 hours. So that's what we're going to have.
Shall I grab up the video that I sent in Manager's channel?
Yeah, go on. Let's have a look at it while we've got a minute before we hand over. Because those raindrops, by the way, are getting worse, and they've now hit pit road. So there might be a possibility that's it done today. Talk us through what we're seeing then, JT.
So Ringwood Raceway, they have drifting and stock car practice and banger night, and I was testing my camcorder there with the tripod, which is this tripod here. Yes, you are seeing a BMW, and yes, you are seeing a Jag. So that was pretty cool to see drifting around, and there was an old Jag as well drifting around at the end of the night. But yeah, there was some pretty good drifters, which made it helpful to get the practice in and test it. But that was the short one, and then there was like a couple of other ones.
That is amazing.
This photo I hate because it's got my second phone, well, my phone case in the corner of it, and I couldn't be bothered to crop it out. This one is where they had that horrible crash in the GT World Challenge Europe support race.
I recognise that.
What decent video have I got which isn't very shaky, because there was a couple of like really shaky ones because the tripod wasn't set up right. This is how it looks like in the dark. It's a little bit more grainy, but that's because I forgot to put the night mode on, and I was just testing it just generally. But yeah, it was
That's good.
Pretty drifting into Indianapolis 500 week be like.
Rod says, isn't the idea of the new gen car more street and tracks for NASCAR a new future? And Tommy says NASCAR is going street course racing at least 50% skewed from what I was told last year in Chicago. Maybe 50% street, 25% road course, 25% oval could be. I much prefer it being 70. I would much rather have a 70% oval, a 20% road course and a 10% street course. That's sort of for NASCAR, especially.
That could work, yeah, because we don't want it like more. Like, if we have too many streets, then it's going to become a little bit like how Formula One is becoming.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit like how we have Formula E, which is traditional street, but now it's going to permanent.
We can talk to that tomorrow. We can talk about Formula E's move to the lead commentator tomorrow, Tom Brooks, when he joins us. For now, let's hand back over to the World Feed. We're in a weather delay with less than an hour to go here on day 2 of practice for the Indy 500. Let's head down to Brian Camp, who's the racing strategist for Kyle Larson.
About learning what not to do than what to do, so that's our focus for today.
You have been around a lot of really great IndyCar drivers. You've been around a lot of great NASCAR drivers like Kyle. Is he kind of on the trajectory at this point that you thought he would be, and how impressed have you been with how he's kind of gotten acclimated to things?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you don't make it this opportunity if you're not good at what you do, and for sure he's right up there with those guys. So yeah, he's doing a good job, and we'll just keep learning. It's a shortened week with the rain, so that's a lot of anxiety the last 2 days of getting in the car and getting some laps, but we're working through it.
Does that kind of affect you too, as you know, kind of getting back into the swing of being on the radio and calling the shots? We talk a lot about it with the drivers, but it's different for you guys too.
Yeah, if you watch that last run, we were trying to get in traffic and we rode around for 4 laps by ourselves. So yeah, definitely some rust to knock off for me. And yeah, I've never had to talk on the radio as a strategist, so it's new for me as well. And just trying to go through my scripts and tell them the right things and call the right buttons and the right bars and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm a rookie as well.
All right, we'll let you get back in the under the cover here because it is starting to rain. But thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I was just looking out of our window here, down at pit lane, figuring out dinner plans there.
Dinner plans. There you go.
Where are they going?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'll text you something.
So we almost let the whole world know where Kyle Larson's probably having dinner tonight. But no, I was just saying, looking down on pit lane, I'm seeing a couple of drivers getting out of their race cars, which makes me nervous that the rain is picking up. Dylan said he was starting to feel it. Georgia was now casting that it was raining.
What's it doing, Dylan?
It is raining. We haven't really lost the track yet. Pit road's still dry, but we definitely don't want cars out here right now.
I like that they're still seated in cars. There's Bama. Nice reflection.
Wave, Bama.
Of Kevin Hensley. Didn't know he was going to be on television. Thank you. Hello.
Hey, by the way, Brian Campy is a big Auburn guy, so he does not like Bama and does not like Bama's flag that's on his camera, so he was giving him a hard time about that.
Roll Tide. Yeah,
Hello.
sorry to Brian, we got to support our boy there.
Likes Bama the person, not the university.
No, I know. Yes, no, I understand. But obviously we call Bama for a reason. I'm supporting Bama.
So we're in the McLaren camp right now, and we like history. Many of us do. Johnny Rutherford is a McLaren ambassador, and the first Indianapolis 500 win for McLaren right here, 1974, the first of 3 for Lone Star JR. And he was in that category like Newgarden, who had been waiting, had been here so long, and his career really took off in the 70s. He won it in a rain in 76 in one of the rain-shortened races. And this is one of my favorite cars. Pennzoil Chaparral from 1980. Number 3 for Rutherford and one of the gentlemen of our sports. And he's here this weekend as well. And Kyle Larson also honoring one of the legends too. Very cool. And Johnny went to Kokomo with IMS President Doug Bowles on Monday night. Dylan was there too to watch him run a sprint car and roll several times, but all good. And he was here Tuesday morning. Back to Georgia.
We have found Rinus VK. Rinus, overall, while we're under this weather delay, all things considered, are you happy with what you've gotten out of your car today?
Yeah, pretty happy. I think, it kind of getting the track time, using the track time to build a confidence. It's, we haven't even driven much during the Indy Open test back in April, back, when there was also a lot of rain. So feeling pretty good. I mean, building confidence and getting closer to traffic and getting closer behind many cars. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. The car's fast, that's for sure, and it's great to be back at this place.
Well, the weather certainly has not been our friend this weekend. When there's some sprinkles on the racetrack and then you get back out there and then it happens again, how do you really get back in that mode?
I mean, I get many pee breaks, so that's good. Usually when they strap me in, I always complain that I have to pee, so it's none of my complaints anymore. But no, we have to deal with it. It's Mother Nature. We cannot do anything about it. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we're getting quite a lot of running in and getting ready for the race pretty fast.
Have you given any pointers to rookie Christian Rasmussen?
Not yet, actually. There's a golf cart coming there, but no, not yet. I haven't really spoken to him since we started today. We've been in the car. It's kind of stuck, but we were walking past each other, and I saw a big smile on his face and fist bump. So yeah, we've been running a lot together. He seems to be pretty good.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's Rinus VK.
And we found Callum Ilott, who's on pit road, debriefing and checking out his number 6 Era McLaren car. So this time last year, it was a very stressful time for you, just trying to kind of find enough speed to potentially make the show. It seems like it's going a little better than that this year. But what are you guys working through, and how happy are you with your race car?
Yeah, we started off strong, so it was pretty clear straight away we wanted to get some good traffic running. So I've been trying to hang out with the back and get a good feeling for it there. Every run's been getting better and better, so yeah, it's looking good. It's just we have to keep going and incrementally work on it. Obviously for me it's the first time with this team on a speedway, so just trying to work out through the options we got, and yeah, the NTT data number 6 is looking fast.
What is it like for you just to kind of get yourself back comfortable running on ovals? We had the test here obviously last month, but we haven't, even on the IndyCar side of things, raced on an oval this year, so how has that been for you?
It's fine, like it's quite natural after 2 and a bit years in this series, so yeah, pretty happy with it, and it's just getting the rhythm in the traffic. That's the only thing for me, which I need to get an understanding with this car.
By the way, congrats on your sports car win last weekend. Did you get to talk to your one really famous boss, Tom Brady, after that at all?
I did. I got a little FaceTime with him. Good guy. I think he's coming to Le Mans, so in a couple of weeks, get to meet him in person. But yeah, great win for us, and we're with P2 in the World Endurance Championship, so not too bad.
Thanks, Callum.
Pretty cool. Callum Ilott, Indy 500, Le Mans in a couple of weeks span. That's not bad. All right, so weather delay for the moment, and the radar doesn't have any big blobs near us, so that's good. Just a little bitty. We need Townsend here to go through. So it's not coming from Terre Haute like normal. We're looking at one of my old hometowns in Muncie through Noblesville and so forth.
I think it started all the way up in Van Wert. And
ooh, that's a new one.
Yeah.
I don't even know where that's at.
It's way up there.
Way up there.
Way up northeast, and that seems to be where the weather's coming from. I don't know many people from Van Wert, but
I don't know any.
Yeah. I'm going to blame them. I'm going to blame them for this. You can see the clouds.
Yeah, I was about to say the track is getting darker out there. Yes, Jess, another rain delay. The sweepers have got out onto the track now as well. So the track isn't lost yet. It's only sprinkling, but we'll wait to see whether or not we will see the final 50 minutes of this session. Back to NBC.
Location this year, and it's right up there behind turn number 1. The Burger Bash delivered by Cluster Truck this year is going to be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Draw Force. So it's right by the admin building. We don't have a camera up there that can show that at the moment. It's on the other side. So it's gate 1. So you'd be looking at turn 1. Yeah, behind there, behind the grandstands. You've got an erase button. This is practicing with the Telestrator too. So just put gate 1 on your Google Maps and join us Monday from 5:30 until 8. There's a 2-hour practice on Monday from 1 until 3. Hang out, go to Main Street for a little bit. You can come a bit early, 5 o'clock. It's free to the public, just outside gate 1. We're going to have a number of Indy 500 drivers that are going to be there. We are going to be raising money for the Indiana University Simon Comprehensive Cancer Center. And so that's going to be the cause, but mostly it's just fun to kick off the month of May. Hinch is always there. We have a lot of drivers. We'll do the radio show there that night and have fun.
It seems like a great place to go off the back of the Off Track with Hinch and Rossi live show that's happening up in Tower Terrace on Monday. We have practice from 1 to 3. We're going to start the show at 4. Done by 5. You can go, look, there's tickets still available.
Are there really?
Yeah.
Contact us. We'll get you hooked up. All right, let's hear from drivers. Maybe Colton Herta will come to both. Georgia.
You maybe. You never know. Colton, it seems like you have a pretty fast race car out here right now, but what are your thoughts on the laps you've turned?
Seems okay so far. You know, I think we went back to the garage, checked over some things, and then we're going to come back out here and hopefully get some laps in. I think it's going to stop raining here pretty soon. We'll be able to get some laps in, but so far so good.
There was a particular gesture made out there. Can you walk us through maybe some of the frustrations that practice brings as well?
I just thought it was a late move, and then made us go in side by side on the first day of practice, not even alongside there, so I thought it was a little silly, and I didn't know how else to tell him that I thought it was silly than that, so yeah, that's what that was.
Well, Colton Herta, we'll see. Hopefully we get back out there as we have just above 45 minutes to go.
I mean, you talk about Colton maybe coming about those events. I do know Colton's going to be at another event on Tuesday down at the Vogue. Tuesday night, Joey Molinaro is hosting an event that is raising money for St. Jude's. So check out Joey Molinaro's social media for tickets on that one. I think we've run out of things to promote. So why don't we head back down to the pit lane with Dylan?
Well, we can promote some Tom Blomqvist here. He's an Indianapolis 500 rookie and getting your first experience here of the real month of May. So are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's been, I mean, thankfully that rain kind of went away and we were able to get some laps, although we're obviously waiting on it again now. But yeah, it's been great to get out. You know, kind of the anticipation's obviously been building. Haven't really had the chance, you know, to get some proper laps running with traffic. So that's kind of been our aim today, just building up that confidence, because it's so different, you know, when you got other cars around you and trying to see what, you know, I need from the car, how it's feeling. You know, obviously there's 4 very similar corners, but they all feel very, very different when you're following cars. So yeah, that's kind of been the aim of the game really today for us. Is just more working on myself than anything. You know, I got a big group of cars and teammates to lean on for you know, for speed. So they're doing a bit more of the dirty work, let's say, and I'm able to, you know, focus a bit more on myself, which has been good because there's a lot to learn and not a lot of time.
And so sometimes, you know, these first day or a day and a half or so of practice is not a lot of traffic. Everybody's kind of just trying to make sure their cars are okay. So are you okay with that, with getting this traffic running and heavy traffic running, you know, experiencing that early in the week?
Yeah, for me that's like the most important thing. I think, you know, for me going around by myself is okay. You know, we'll probably focus a little bit on qualifying maybe tomorrow, just because, you know, Friday is looking a bit dodgy again on the weather. But yeah, today the aim of the game has literally just been, you know, traffic running, looking for groups all the time, just going out, getting those laps under my belt. Because, like I said, it's so different, and you know, and for me, it's just about being comfortable, getting confident, and you know, that's where it's going to come for me.
You have Helio, obviously, as a 4-time winner. You know, he's been on your timing stand a lot this year, but as a teammate, and Felix gets around this racetrack really well too, and you have a great relationship with him. So, how much more at ease have they been able to put you about this whole process?
It's been a huge help to me. You know, obviously, Helio doesn't need an introduction to this place. And even Felix, you know, the last couple of years has been extremely competitive. But not only that, you know, we get a lot of data through, you know, the Andretti group as well. So I have enough cars, enough data, enough video to go through to you know, make my life as easy as possible. So I'm very fortunate for that.
Thanks, Tom. Georgia.
Alex Pillow joins me now. We were just talking about today. What was the checklist? Have you checked through those boxes? If we didn't get back out on track, would you feel accomplished today?
Yeah, yes and no. I don't know. We lost a full day yesterday. We lost a morning today, but everybody's on the same page. So yeah, pretty happy with the car. It feels good. We're just going through a lot of things we want to try. But I think we'll get back a little bit for like 30 minutes or something. Otherwise, we'll go back at it tomorrow.
We saw the CGR cars doing a lot of traffic running. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, that's what we need to do now. Just with the other boosts that we're going to have on Friday and Saturday, hopefully Sunday as well, it doesn't really make much sense to do qualifying runs. But yeah, it feels good to be on traffic. There's a lot of groups forming really quickly. And I think it's just because we have one day less of practice due to the rain, and everybody's like eager to go on traffic. So it's good, feels good. And hopefully we can keep it going on the right direction.
It has already been a successful month of May for you. Are you a believer in momentum?
Absolutely, yeah. When it's a good momentum, yes, I am. Yeah, I mean, it's no better way to start with a pole and with a win, especially for just confidence and the energy that these guys have nowadays. It's amazing. So hopefully we can repeat the pole we did here last year at the Indy 500. It was one of the sweetest moments I had, and then fight for the race.
All positives from Alex Palou.
Runner-up in 21, fourth last year, and overcame contact on the pit lane. Not of his own fault early in the race. Two-time champion is the championship leader here in the month of May in 2024. So some sprinkles, some moisture around the facility. Have the yellow out with an extra hour available today until 7 p.m. Eastern time. So down for the moment and hoping to see a little more activity before we go again for what should be a very busy and a productive day tomorrow from 10 until 6. And then Fast Friday, just like that, is upon us. So keep your stream open. Again, hinges on a word count, so we're going to save it because we've got a big weekend coming up. So we're going to lay out, as we like to say, but we'll jump back in as soon as we get any news, and hopefully that news is race cars coming back on track here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Who expected that? With 40 minutes to go. I certainly did.
Yeah, me. Don't question what this is. Yeah.
What are you up to?
It's a very messed up car. It's a very messed up car.
Are you on Wreckfest or are you playing Roadblocks?
This is BeamNG.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what you were up to. If anyone can wonder how I can hear without any headsets
what
on.
the most...
On the desk. Go on.
Yeah, this is the best, well, car / truck around here. It's a it's built fully to the UK Motorsport UK regs for the pickup truck racing championship in the UK. It's based on that.
I'm jealous of.
And it's... Go on.
See, that's what I said. That I'm jealous of. What you got down there. Do you know? I don't think we're going to get going. What about you? What do you think?
No, I mean we've got the Grand Prix of cleaning and drying equipment.
I'll put you on the two screens so that we can see what's going on. Rod says Tommy, that's why SVG next year is scheduling streets and road courses. Yep. Come on then, JT, what you got for us? I'll turn the track noise down.
A lap around Indianapolis, kind of. Hopefully.
Is that the back stretch? Or are you just going the wrong way around?
Turn 1.
Oh yeah, I see it. Across the line of bricks and then down towards the first corner. Oh, okay. They've just gone to an ad break quite quickly. Over at Sky. Being told that I got a text. IndyCar Radio might have something, so we'll throw it to them shortly. So there's JT. Oh! Oh no! You're out of 2. You've Scott Dixon did when he went over the back there in 2017.
There is massive delay, Josh.
Yeah, it doesn't like when I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Because your video doesn't like it that much. Yeah, you're right, there is delay, isn't there? Okay, well, we'll sort that. as JT goes for his run around the track. We've still got 36 minutes, and we are in a delay right now. And I've just realised another thing, that I can actually get open the graphics as well. So we're going to head to battle screen. We're still in a weather delay as JT manages to complete a lap time. I'm going to turn my camera off while they're on commercials, by the way, JT. Do you reckon that we will get going again? I don't. I think that's it. That we're done for the day. Oh, Discord has frozen. Isn't that great? So that's why all my things have gone wrong at the moment. I'm going to turn my camera off. So that's just... look, we're behind in everything, so... Let's just quit that Discord call. And we'll relaunch that. And what we'll do right now is open IndyCar Radio and get the latest from trackside as well. Yellow flag's out. 35 minutes to go. Let's set this on.
We're missing a little bit
Here we
overall
go.
this year. I don't know that we've quite put a finger on it, but you know, we're working really hard behind the scenes, and we got the best group of people to figure it out. And you know, this is the focus, obviously, for the immediate future, but we also have a pretty firm eye on Detroit because it's going to come up pretty quick as well. So, you know, we're doing what we can, but like I said, best group of people to figure it out and put us on the straight path.
The 2016 champion, Alexander Rossi.
Yeah, good stuff from Alexander Rossi for sure, talking about the overall assessment of the race team and the season. And I think this was one of those years where we kind of expected them to finally, we've been waiting for the past couple of years, in fact, for the big three to emerge. I think clearly it's been Ganassi and Penske, Nick. I mean, you know, for a while, you know, and Andretti was there, and it's not that they're not capable of winning races or hasn't won races, but there's still just not yet been that third that has jumped up there and challenged them for race wins and championships consistently.
No, I think we thought for a while there it could be Aaron McLaren. I mean, right. Pato O'Ward was pretty strong. I mean, he continues to be very good, but as a team, they went winless a year ago, and technically they do have a win this year for Pato O'Ward. He got it not by crossing the start-finish line.
Finally got that trophy, by the way.
Yeah, I'd love to know. I asked him before that Barber race, hey, when did you find out? He was like, I was just at home chilling on a Wednesday morning, found I had won an IndyCar race. But yeah, and then, Mark, I would be fascinated. Alexander Rossi is one of the drivers to keep an eye on this month. I'd be fascinated to see what winning a second Indy 500 would do to his career, because he's in a really weird spot right now. First 60 races of his IndyCar career, he wins 7 races. And one of those, of course, the Indianapolis 500. Last 75 races of his IndyCar career, he's got 1 win. And I think it's a question, Jake, we've been asking for a while. What's wrong with Alexander Rossi? Can he rediscover that magic? And Mark, it simply hasn't been there.
It is my 9th year in this chair, and my first was when he won it.
Yeah.
9 years.
But, I mean, Jake, to go 75 races and win just once in this series is not something that I don't think any of us would have predicted when he was, you know, battling with Joseph Newgarden and Scott Dixon for a series championship shortly after winning that Indy 500 race.
And you've got to wonder if the frustration's there as well, right? Because if you recall when Alexander Rossi, you know, I remember when that first free agency period, if you will, came up. I mean, Nick, it was a major talking point. And I remember, I think it was at Mid-Ohio when finally it was announced that he was going to stay with Andretti, and just going over and talking to him then, and there was so much buzz about it, and the expectation was that he would, by this point, be, and look, that's not a knock on him. I mean, it's difficult to win this race, no question about it, but I think that he would be the first to tell you that, hoping that those results would start coming faster than they have. Back down to pit road.
Katherine Legge is getting set to make her 4th attempt at the Indianapolis 500, this time with Dale Coyne Racing. Remarkably, 4 attempts, 4 different teams, if I've got that right, for you in your Indy 500 career. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, actually. And, yeah, let's hope this is the best one yet.
What do you think so far? You've had a chance to get out, sample the car a little bit. What do you make of what Dale's brought to the table?
I think Dale's brought a lot of rain to the table right now.
You're putting it on Dale's plate, are you?
No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, it's tough because we want to get into a rhythm with it. We want to make improvements to the car and go out there and run in some traffic, and we feel a little bit handicapped by this, and it hurts us more than I feel like it hurts everybody else, just because they're in the car week in, week out, and you know, for a once-a-year deal, it's quite hard to jump in and feel comfortable straight away. So we have to slowly kind of baby it a little bit, and it's just frustrating.
The scoring pylon says 31st right now, but how much do you read into that with the limited amount of running anybody's done?
A little bit, right? Because what it does show us is who's comfortable running in traffic. And those some big numbers out there because of the people running in traffic and getting sucked up on them. And we are unable to do that at the moment. I think no-toe speed-wise, we're in good shape. Like, the car feels great, but in traffic, we have a little bit too much front wash and understeer. And so we need to dial that out, and hopefully we'll be up towards the pointy end rather than at the back.
On the bright side, it is a really sharp-looking race car and a really cool initiative behind it with the sponsorship package. Can you tell folks a little bit about what's brought you here to the month of May once more?
Absolutely. You say the bright side, and I'm like looking at the sky going, I
Not
wish
much bright.
there was a bright side.
That's right.
But no, this year just feels super special because obviously I've partnered with Elf Cosmetics in a big way, and they're doing so much. I mean, you've probably seen the adverts on the screen and the car, and we're having a drone show, and it's just they've taken it on. And I can't tell you how many women here at the track have been like, I love Elf. I can't believe you're doing this. And it feels like a massive girl power.
2 minutes until we're green.
And even some of the other mechanics are like, my wife or my girlfriend sees the Elf logo and she says, that's so cool. So for the first time ever, we're marketing to the women that are at the track, and we're, saying, hey, we know you're there, and it's the fastest growing demographic, and it's not just a boys club anymore.
And certainly you look at the fan base of the sport, there are a lot of women fans. You see them walking around, and so it's good to see a consumer brand like this that sees the ability to speak to that demographic through racing.
Absolutely. It just feels incredibly authentic because, most of us use makeup on a weekly, if not daily basis in some way, shape or form. And it's something that we know a lot about and we can attest to. And it's nice because it's really hard to draw a line as a race car driver, being a woman. Like, you want to be feminine, but you want to be taken seriously too. So I feel like sometimes when you've got too much makeup on, or you got your nails done or something, you're judged for it. And I think that now it's just like, hey, I can be a woman and a race car driver at the same time. And honestly, like, I've been around so long now that my level of give a monkeys about this thing is not there. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna be me, and if you don't like that, then that's fine too.
I could see the wheels turning as you were looking for a polite way of expressing that thought. Back in April, you were inducted into the Long Beach Grand Prix Walk of Fame alongside Takuma Sato, actually. How special was that for you to get that recognition at arguably the second most prestigious motorsports venue in North America?
I mean, it meant the world to me. It was incredibly special. It's when my career started back in 2005 in North America, at least. And it has a special place in my heart. And to be recognized like that, I felt like an imposter. I felt like I was alongside all these great names. And, while I've had a certain level of success at Long Beach, I was incredibly proud, and it was one of the coolest moments of my career.
And I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the new program that was just announced, a chance to go up Pikes Peak, right?
Yeah, no, this is super cool. So obviously I've been part of the Honda and Acura family for a while now. By a while I mean years. they still put up with me like a bad smell. And they're giving me the opportunity to climb the mountain in an Acura Integra. So it's going to be awesome. It's something completely alien to me. I've never done anything like that in my life. And as soon as Indy's over, I'll study hard for it. And it's just incredibly special. It's one of those events that you want to do as a driver. It's like a bucket list item, and I'm incredibly grateful to them for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, really exciting news, that's for sure. Hope we see you in the car again before the day is done. Just under 30 minutes left in the session, but the sprinkles still continue to come down.
Here's Alexander Rossi.
We feel good. I mean, it's early and it doesn't really matter, but it's better than feeling bad, I guess, at this point.
If we go back live today, hot pit stops are in order. How important is that to lock those down?
Not really for us. I mean, I think it's more of a thing that the one-off entries are focusing on just to get the reps in and stuff. But, we've obviously been at it for a quarter of a season now already. So I don't think we would do any. I know the guys and girls probably don't want to do any. So, yeah, I think that would be off the radar and just try and maybe do one more group run.
Alexander Rossi, guys.
So a thought I have is that if it's going to rain and there's going to be less practice time, that team is fine. Their cars are good. Yes, Kyle Larson and Kalamila would like to have more, but the two people we just saw Advantage Pato Award, Advantage Alexander Rossi, that kind of group. They're fast in qualifying trim, they're fast in race trim.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think they're both comfortable with their cars. Yeah, like Alex said, it'd be nice to have that last hour to get absolutely everything off the checklist as we watch Kyle Larson scroll through his Instagram. Check out some stories from friends and family there. Let's see what's happening in Kyle's world. As you said, Cal Milo would definitely like more laps just as he gets used to this car, this team in an oval specification. But again, there's still lots of practice to go. There's still lots of track time. I know we're probably going to lose some more later in the week, but the fact that we have Monday, the fact that it's 2 hours on carb day now, up from the 1 hour it used to be back in the day, there's still a decent amount of track time. And I do have to say, I've got a friend who's in Speedway, who lives there, not too far from. I'm pretty sure I can see his house from the ninth floor of the pagoda, and he's telling me it's raining where he's at. So while we still have trucks on the track, I gotta be honest, Kev, I'm usually a pretty optimistic guy, glass half full kind of dude. I'm not feeling great about getting back out.
So we question the Scott McLaughlin and Team Penske strategy.
They timed it perfectly. Yeah.
They kind of knew we were about done with effective running. We're still holding out some hope because it hasn't rained, and the track could be ready in 2 minutes, just enough time for them to pull off and park. And then everyone's just hoping for one more run. How much time do you need? That's the question. How much time do you need? How many laps to find out if the most recent change you made is going to work?
Look, if you have 15 minutes, it's worth it, because all these drivers that we've seen sitting on pit lane so far ready to go out, they all have sticker tires on. They've got fresh rubber on. That tells me they got full tanks of fuel, and they're all trying to go out and do a long run. So I believe if you could do, if it's a 40-second-ish lap, 41, 42-second lap, and you have 15 minutes out there, you're going to go do 2/3 of a stint. That gives you a good sense of how the car is on full fuel, new tires, and then how the degradation is trending, where the balance is going. So if we do get a green flag here, it is going to be all hands on deck. Every car that's on pit lane with a driver in it is going to be going out at the same time for a massive group run.
So what's a minimum time? If you only have 5 minutes, say we go at 5 till, is there any point?
It really depends what change you've made, but I would say probably not.
Okay.
Unless it's something you're specifically looking to address for new tires and full fuel for the first 5 laps of a stint, then it's not really going to be useful. And look, you can crash in 5 minutes. You can get caught up in someone else's mess in 5 minutes. So do I think that anything you can learn in 5 minutes is worth risking the race car? Hard pass. We should start texting some of these guys because we know they're all on their phones. See if we can get any replies.
Some are doing work. Was that Christian Lundgaard?
I believe it was.
Looking at data. Squiggly lines, we like to say.
We have a car that's rolling out onto the grid right now, so Marcus Armstrong is hopeful to get back out, but here is Lundgaard. Yeah, there's the Ridgeline lubricants machine from Ganassi. Again, sticker tires, full fuel, ready to rock.
So it's been a lot of start and stop the last couple of days, but I promise you, we are getting ready to get busy very soon.
Yeah, we are waiting to see when we eventually go green. JT is doing something quite fun right now as well. Racing out there. How are you doing? Where are you now?
This is Ringwood in BeamNG. And I'm
wow.
setting up an AI banger race.
Exactly what we need to hear, isn't it? What do you think? I think they're going to call it in the next 2 minutes. What about you?
So just got to set them up and set the AI up, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, I think in the next 2 minutes we're going to have the end of the day in terms of racing. Yellow flag's been out now for a while. Wow. Yellow flag came out at 56. It's now 37. So that's a long time for this. Say again.
No way.
Say again.
Absolutely no way. It's been like 40 minutes.
It has. It's been 40 minutes.
it doesn't know it. Well, I've been messing around on Beam and G. It feels like 20.
It feels like 20. It does not feel like we've been for 40 minutes. Anyway, let's head back over to World Feed.
Love how Helio cuts a promo. Here's what's coming up tomorrow. 10 until 6. By the way, we're not done yet. I'm not doing this because anything has been called. We're still hoping to see cars on track. 10 until 6 tomorrow. Fast Friday, noon until 6 on Friday with big speeds. Will we see 234, 235, push 236? We'll find out. Maybe that's Saturday morning practice and then qualifying. Coming up on Saturday, and then Sunday is bump day and pole day. You gonna try to find somebody?
Well,
I
have a funny idea. I mean, I see Colin's on his phone, and I've got his number. I
Here
know
we
that
go.
we're used to looking at drivers on the radio and calling them up, but let's see. And there you go. What's up, buddy? That's Kevin and Hinch up here in the NBC
He's actually
booth.
done it.
Glad to see you're paying attention and working hard. I know he can't hear me, but hope you're having fun out there. It's looking good. Looking good, pal. We'll let you get back to it. Go back to focusing on that data I'm sure you were looking
He
at.
FaceTimed in the car. It's brilliant.
No, he's back to Instagram. You can see it.
Yeah, he's already studied the data.
Yeah, he knows
He's ready.
he knows what he wants to do.
His third quick here today. It's all going good.
It's going just good to be Colin Herta. Just chilling in his race car, front of the grid. Clean view of turn 1, clean view of the exit of pit lane.
Let's hear from someone else who feels pretty comfy here, we think. Georgia is with Joseph Newgarden.
Definitely. Reigning Indianapolis 500 champion, Joseph Newgarden, 4th on the board right now. What were your biggest takeaways from today?
Yeah, we got some good running in, which was great. I think we're a little ahead on the tire game, due to yesterday, which helps everything out. We can be a little less stressed on how we're mileaging the cars and, what we're using tire-wise. So that's all good. I think right off the bat, we've got speed in the cars, which is always nice to see when we're first getting going. Indy's tricky. You got to be on your toes all the time. I think, today was a friendly day as far as temperatures. So, the car, it definitely showed that. It was pretty comfy to drive in traffic. But I think the speed is there. We're going to really see where everything's at as we get closer to this weekend. So I don't think you want to ever get ahead of yourself at this place. And, hopefully we trend with this, continual direction like we saw today for qualifying.
Indy is tricky, but it is also the place that you picked up your first Indianapolis 500 victory just a year ago. So how does it feel to be back?
It's great. I mean, I love this place. It's always a privilege to run an IndyCar around here. And I've very much felt that the last couple years I've tried to just enjoy the opportunity because it's just cool to be here in an IndyCar. To win it is a whole other thing, and I'm so grateful that we were able to do that with Team Penske last year and, get win number 19 for Roger. But, just being here, driving the car, being able to qualify for the race, that's a huge deal. So, I enjoy it. I enjoy it a little bit more after last year now, but I love this place. I mean, it's the best racetrack in the world.
It sure is. Joseph Newgarden, reigning Indianapolis 500 champion, 4th on the board.
So I went to look at last year just to kind of give us an idea of what we're working towards for this weekend. People are always interested. Are we going to see more progression in speed? Last year's pole speed, 234.217 for Alex Palou. And the speed to make the race from Jack Harvey, 229.166. That's kind of the range that we're looking at. They always seem to get a little bit better year to year. Will we see more speed this year? At one point, there's going to be a different circumstance with a heavier car and a hybrid component, which, by the way, we will see debut at Mid-Ohio in early July. Tire is, in layman's terms, at least to some degree, a little bit harder because the car was supposed to be heavier. But we've heard drivers talking about they're pretty happy with the Firestone so far. The times and speeds are comparing well from the beginning of last year. What might we see?
I think a lot of it depends on what conditions we see. We know how a couple degrees of track temp, a few degrees of ambient temperature, the barometric pressure, all these things have effects on the race cars. And these things are tuned to such a fine limit at this place they can all have a huge impact on the overall speed. So it's tough to know what the engine manufacturers found over the winter. It's tough to know what the individual teams found over the winter. But even if those were both big gains, all of that can come undone if the track's too hot, if it's a windy day, so that it's really, really tough to predict. I don't think I would have predicted Dixon's pole lap from 2 years ago to be the fastest, or his pole run, to be the fastest ever pole run in Indy 500 history. Not the fastest ever qualifying run. We've had to, explain that a few times, but you just don't know. And that's what's cool. That's why you got to tune in and watch, because we just don't know if we're going to see faster speeds than last year or if we're going to see a drop-off because of things like conditions.
Early forecast is somewhere in the low to mid 80s.
I like
on
that.
Saturday and Sunday, 83 to 85. I feel like that's kind of warm. And I think the draw is really going to matter. If you get an early draw and you go out and qualify, well, when we think big speed, though, we need to think about Sunday. So
True.
making the
That's a good
field
point.
matters. You might go at 11 a.m. if you draw first on Saturday to lock yourself in to the Firestone Fast 12. But the timing for Sunday is mid to late afternoon. So kind of the heat of the day.
Right, that is true. That is often why part of that advantage of doing the reverse order from your times, going last, the track's starting to cool down, the sun's starting to go down, can often be a little bit of an advantage. It's too hard to guess. Too hard to guess.
As is the weather. So waiting and hoping we get clearance for a little bit more time. Let's hear from another rookie with Georgia.
Just as you said, Kevin, we are absolutely waiting this out down here in the remaining minutes of Indianapolis 500 practice. I'm here with Marcus Armstrong. Let's talk about your day today in the 4 hours.
Yeah, it was a short day. It's been a really long day, actually. I think I woke up at like 6 a.m. only to start driving at about 4. So it's been going all right. It's obviously my second day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so there's certainly a learning curve involved, but I'm pretty lucky. I'm surrounded by a good group of people, and I've been asking Dario a few too many questions. He probably wants to punch me by now, but all is going well.
Take us back to your early racing days. And now fast forward to where you are racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, attempting to qualify for your first Indianapolis 500. That has to have magnitude to you. How proud of yourself are you?
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, Scott's probably watching the TV right now, so I don't really want to get too lovey-dovey, but he's only a few boxes over there, which is kind of cool. I remember watching him when I was a little bambino race around here, so that's awesome. And then I mean, it's a cool vibe. Like, there's a lot of people here already, and it's only, what is it, Wednesday? Tuesday, Thursday, I don't know. And there's so many people here. Passionate fans. I mean, they're drinking in the stands, having a good time. Like, it's just a cool vibe. So, obviously, it's a massive race for me, but I'm also taking it all in because you're only a rookie at the Indy 500 once, so it's cool.
Absolutely. Marcus Armstrong. We're going to send it to Dylan.
And with another Indianapolis 500 rookie, Kyle Larson, and you are learning the most, I think, valuable lesson of all, and that is Indiana weather in May is unpredictable. So what has that done for your kind of mental state just of trying to kind of get some consistent running in?
Yeah, it's just a little bit frustrating, I guess. But, you know, it just is what it is. There's plenty of track time, too, so trying to remember that. But yeah, no, it's been, I'm glad to have gotten out there and got running. You know, still trying to figure a lot out and you kind of work through the car balance some, timing of runs, all that, and maybe the timing of runs will become easier if the car balance gets a little bit better. But yeah, just trying to play around with things and try to just, you know, be able to make runs and pass people like I see some others, you know, are able to pass pretty easily. And then, you know, there's a lot of guys that just seem stuck maybe, but yeah, just trying to figure that out. But overall happy with the few hours that we got, and yeah, go back and talk to the teammates now and get to listen in on what they were kind of working through and what they felt, and see if it matches up with what I'm feeling as well. So yeah, just good to get out there.
Do you feel confident in kind of the feeling that you want from the car, or is that something that you kind of are still having to learn?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I know what I need to feel maybe in traffic to like maintain those runs. But then it's like, you know, if you miss that a little bit or get some clean air and then now you're like weirdly loose or something. I just feel like there's moments where it's like just a little bit unpredictable on, you know, when I feel the couple times I've had a loose moment. But so yeah, I don't know. Just try to you know, just talk to them and see, you know, what's normal and all that. You know, Tony's been a great help throughout this evening and talking to him. But would be nice to, you know, kind of hear what the guys thought, you know, who were also out on the track, you know, in traffic today.
You get a full day tomorrow. Are you looking forward to that, hopefully?
Yeah, I am. Sounds like, you know, there may be some like qualifying trim sort of runs, which will be, you know, interesting seeing kind of how that feels differently, you know, without the boost turned up or whatever. But because I think Friday doesn't look good, so yeah, kind of get into that and just keep learning.
We want to talk to you about your helmet. We've seen the onboards and obviously your social media posts about it too. Got Johnny Rutherford car on there for the McLaren. Personally, I'm glad that you have the Frolic logo on there with the bottle of milk. So how did you come up with this helmet design?
Yeah, honestly, I don't really think I had much input at all. So, you know, everybody at Industrial Art did a great job. You know, coming through with that, it looks awesome. I was blown away when they sent the, you know, kind of artwork of it. So it was, you know, I didn't know what I wanted. I wanted something to tie in, you know, with Indy and the Brickyard and all of that. Didn't know that they were going to put Johnny Rutherford's car on there, so that was special because I don't even know if they quite know the meaning, you know, of Johnny Rutherford and then tying in the Ladybug to all my race cars. But, you know, I thought that was really cool, you know, touch to it. And then, yeah, I'm excited, too, about my Coke 600 helmet. That'll be done. It'll be very similar style to that, just a kind of Charlotte stock car version. So they do a great job. And Industrial Art is amazing. Unfortunately, you know, Ryan Young, he is Industrial. He passed away earlier this year, and they've done a great job, though. His son and everybody there to take over the company and keep pumping out awesome helmets. So I know it's been a lot of work for them, but they've been doing a great job. So every helmet they've painted for me this year has been awesome. So yeah, huge kudos to them. Huge thank you to you guys, and you look forward to I get lots of helmets every year, so looking forward to the rest of them.
Thanks, Kyle. 4 hours done today, and hopefully get a full day of 8 hours or so tomorrow.
Did you just declare it done?
Yeah, that's. I kind of like how Dylan worded that.
We're going to hang out for a little bit in case we can see a lap or so over the last 9 minutes of available track time. And here's what Kyle Larson has in store. He's here all day tomorrow, lots of practice. Friday, this is the priority as well. He is going to skip All-Star race heat racing on Friday night. And Saturday night, actually, I should say. That's when that was scheduled. So if he can make the Fast 12 for Sunday, he'll do that, and then he'll head back to North Wilkesboro. A Monday practice here, carb day on Friday the 24th, qualifying on Saturday the 25th for the Coke 600, and then 1,100 miles is the plan on Sunday the 26th.
And look, I know we've been battling some weather on and off so far, and there's maybe still some to come. I think everybody's hope is just that May 26th is bright, is warm, is
you've done it now,
sun-shining
Hitch.
and rain-free, because the
You've
one
done
thing
it
that nobody
now.
wants to see is Kyle Larson have to choose between the 500 and the 600. We want to see this guy do all
600,
1,100
that's his main
miles on
series.
Memorial Day weekend.
There is still an effort to see the track go green
with 8
before
minutes to
7
go.
o'clock
No, it's
local
done.
time. Georgia.
Here with Agustin Canapino, attempting to qualify for his second Indianapolis 500. A lot has happened since then, but let's talk about today. You just told me that it's a working day. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a very hard working day. We tried a lot of things. Always I was in clean air, no tow. So this is our work for today, trying to get a better car for qualifying, try to get confidence, and we tried many different settings. So it was a good day.
With the track being so busy, was it challenging to find a clean lap where you weren't running into anyone?
Every time we are looking for the hole, trying to get the distance with the cars in front, because especially when you have a big pack of cars, it's very difficult and very hard to find the no-toe lap. But we find every time, and we did a good job, I think. Of course, I am last because I didn't any lap with toe. But the good thing, we learned a lot today. I think it was a good way to start the Indy 500.
And nonetheless, we are back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Indy 500 practice. How exciting are you to come back for your second year?
Finally, after 3 days of raining. So, yes, honestly, it's very exciting. It's very difficult to get confidence, to get the confidence with the car, with the track, the wind, the track progression. It's much more difficult than you can see on the TV, and it's fantastic. It's unique. This place is unique.
Agustin Canapino, he shows last on the charts, but don't look at that, he said. He was not having a toe lap. Guys?
As we watch Canapino walk away from a successful and busy day at the Speedway, there's Christian Lundgaard walking with strategist Peter Barron. I see more and more cars getting packed up, crews packing up. But a question just came to us on Twitter that I actually was thinking myself. And Kevin, I'm not sure if you know the story behind this, but if you don't, I'm hoping somebody listening does. The armada of trucks going around the track right now in a seemingly futile attempt to dry the track out includes a lot of new retrofitted cars and trucks, but there's one old S10 Chevy pickup truck that is part of the fleet. And I gotta tell you, it looks slammed, it looks awesome. And it does not fit in with the rest of the crowd. I don't know why it's there. I respect the heck out of it being there, and I would love to know the story behind this truck.
It's checkered flag, I'm afraid. That's it. They have cancelled the remainder of the day with 5 minutes to go. So the checkered flag has come out here for the 408 practice. Here is the checkered flag. The session is over. And the checkered flag is out. The session is over. That's it. The day is done. And I unmuted the wrong mic. So you were hearing me on 2 different things there. So hopefully you heard me in the background before I realised I'd pressed the wrong microphone. So that's it then. Checker flag's out. They've cancelled the rest of the day. This is how it goes then with your full rundown alongside us in the box here. Scott McLaughlin ends the day fastest, 229.493 mile an hour. Will Power is second. Colton Herter is third. Joseph Newgarden is fourth. Alexander Rossi fifth. Kyle Kirkwood sixth. Pato O'Ward is seventh. Alex Palou eighth. Ninth on the board goes for Ryan Hunter-Ray. 10th for Helio Castroneves. Scott Dixon's 11th. Graham Rahall's 12th. Felix Rosenquist 13th. Venus Ricke's 14th. Kyle Larson 15th. Marcus Ericsson is 16th. 17th on the board for Takuma Sato. 18th for Roman Grosjean. 19th Conor Daly. And Linus Lundqvist goes in 20th. Callum Milot's 21st. Marco Andretti 22nd. Marcus Armstrong in 23rd. Pietro Fittipaldi 24th. Ed Carpenter 25th. Christian Rasmussen 26th. Christian Lundgaard is 27th. Tom Blomqvist 28th. 29th for Kiffin Simpson, 30th for Stingray Robb, Katherine Legge 31st, Nolan Siegel 32nd, Santino Ferrucci's 33rd, and Agustin Canapino is 34th on the running order. So that's it. Session is done. Day is done as well. JT, what did you make of the action today?
I mean, from what I saw, it was all right. But a lot of yellows today, and another hour gone to rain, and I'm about to be absolutely whacked from behind, so I'm just going to move out of the way. There we go.
There it is.
With the AI banger car racing around Ringwood, because why not?
Why not indeed? Well, my thanks to you, JT, my thanks to Omi, and my thanks as well to Matthew Owens. Join us tomorrow when we'll be up and running for an extended day, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, as well for the 4th practice session. That is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. British Summer Time. Thanks for your company here today. We're sorry we couldn't bring you the end of the test, but that's the breaks, I'm afraid, with rain delays. We'll see you tomorrow for the action. Take care. Goodbye.